Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. Today should be a pretty fun Sunday stream. We're gonna grind some Endgame Moto Golem Robot Army build. Yesterday we unlocked T7 maps. We're gonna watch the official full screen together POE 2 update stream, and then in the corner we'll hang out with Darth and Gazzy and watch some tavern talk. Should be a good day. We need an interrupting cow blurb. You gotta tell Zim. You gotta tell Zim. Jimmy, what's up? Hello. Why don't you hire YouTube SS for your channel visibility? I don't even know what you're talking about. Style, what's up? You still need to approve my no comment blurb. Oh, is it in there? I need to go. Did you put it in there? I need to look at it. You need to look at it. Humble, what's up? Richard, VC, Native, Nash. Hello, hello. I'm at time mark 5 with my 11,000 damage Gemma. Woohoo! Sith, what's up? Andres, hello. Goose, yo. Elite, how are you doing? Afternoon, Aaron. Getting ready for work, but wanted to say hello before you left. Hello. Goose, what's up?
Let's go.
Let's go. Thanks for the Prime sub, sir. I'm level 80 with my Gemma. Time mark 5, 11,000 damage, completely ice-shattering enemies and bosses. I'm glad you're having fun. You won't talk to me in Discord, so I come here. Please, please don't. No, I didn't mean please don't. Like, no, you can hang out here. No, you can't. I was just kidding. Get out of here, Tech. Just kidding, Tech. You could hang out. Golems. By the way, Tech. Level 86. Time mark 7s. You're 85? That's good. How many characters do you have? Just want to check. Never mind. All right. One good one. Nice. Take that, Emperor. Oh, we literally got our game right now. Actually, no, wait. I'm going to make a Carino. Ah, you're going to make a Ranger of Glory, huh? I'm excited to see all this POE 2 news. Let's go. Cam, what up? Hello, everyone. Let's play our board game, shall we? Like silent board game. Oh, sound is all good. There we go. Oh my gosh. Has anybody else seen that? What the heck? Tech? Rainbow chest, rainbow chest? One, two, three. I've never had that. They're all rainbows. Every chest on the board is a rainbow. He's already cheating. No, that's normal. That's very, you normally, that's how it is. Streamer client. It's not the streamer client. 5. I can't get this one. Yeah, I can. They're all rainbows. Well, we're just going to get as many as we can. Four rainbows. Oh, and we're dead. All right, that's not too bad. We almost made it to the end. We could have had 6 total. Anne has the luck hack on too. No, it doesn't matter. This is going to be quad T7. We're going to get mopped up. I've seen a few super good. But we're not ready to actually start the contest. Oh, whatever. Four rainbow chests. Only 4. How many tarot cards at the same time? 4.
The magician, the high priestess, the sun, the devil.
All right, that wasn't too bad. Get out of here, High Priestess. All I want, 4 rainbow chests I'll take. 15 FE. I'm not going to be greedy. How about 15 tech? Is that greedy? 10. 10. 10 out of all 4. Chest 1. Galloping War Compass. 3. Greedy? I said 10. I just got 3.
The sun, the emperor, the magician, the high priestess.
Oh my gosh. We're good. We're good. This is T7. We got to get the freaking Emperor out of here. Oh, and the magician's still here? Nice and easy. Boom! Second chest, soon to be done. One left. High Priestess. This should give experience. Damn, we got to do this 4 times. All right. Beam guy is the worst. Yeah, he's rough. All right. Rainbow chest number 2. Lost secrets are worth 3 FE each, so that's 9. We're up to probably about
The devil. The emperor. The magician. The high priestess.
High Priestess takes forever. Maybe about 13, 14 FE so far. Oh! We don't like the lightning balls on the High Priestess. Take your time. Jeez. Got him. All right, High Priestess, last one. All right, third rainbow chest, T7. Garbage. 3 FE. Last one.
The sun.
I like the sun, it's the easiest. Oh.
The magician. The high priestess.
Hold on, Shin, we'll chat in a second. This is right at the beginning of stream, we pulled a quad rainbow chest T7 seasonal mechanic. This is the last one. The damn. Who in the hell is shooting that crap? These type of mechanics show the importance of being able to tell your minions who you want them to attack. The big guy's shooting those? Oh, you're right. All right, final reward. Terrible. All right. You said 10 max poured out. What? For the magician, focus on the biggest hat down first. Oh, that's a good... If that's true, that's a good...
The sun.
Oh, the sun is so easy. I like the sun. Anyways, everyone, today we're going to play some TLI. In about an hour, we will watch the official POE 2 stream together, seeing all the updates. And then we'll continue POE 2, and we'll put Darth and Gazzy in the corner for the Tavern Talk podcast. Should be a good day. We are level 86. And we have officially unlocked T7 maps, which might be a little rough for us, but yeah, we'll get through it. This door doesn't open, no. And then if you guys didn't see, if you haven't logged in today, there was something wrong with Frozen Canvas, so they had to like take it down or something. I have no idea what. I'm sure some bug that someone's exploiting. Either way, they gave everyone 10 free seasonal pet pulls. I think it is. My guess is performance, bug fixing, balance, and the announcement of Druid and Huntress timing. That's my guess. They said that Druid and Huntress was very, very close to getting in. That's my guess.
On your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
POE 2 announces the game is too easy and they are removing the loot. Well, we'll see.
The code is dead for you.
I'm playing Ice Shot Carino. What? What are you talking about? You started another character? He's not allowed to play Carino. Is he? I lose. Good morning.
So much noise. Can't just stay quiet and listen.
And pay attention.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
Folklore locking fingers. Hi. I just remade on Trade League since Solo Self-Found didn't let me get progress path. I see.
Star.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
TLI is actually pretty good. Yes. Yes.
Always be cautious. Herman's
Have you made it to T7 yet on anything?
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
The Emperor.
The Emperor.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
As a waiting room, Ellie and POE players in vacation, is it worth playing Torchlight in the meantime? Any other suggestions in the genre? Oh, if have you never played this game? If you've never played this game, this is you've been sleeping for years. This is season 9. You should absolutely play it.
Also needs to rest.
100%.
Birdies.
Yeah, if you're waiting for Season 2 Last Epoch and updates to Path of Exile 2, or even PoE 1's next league in February, yes. This game is literally fantastic. I'd rather play LE. Me too. But believe it or not, that update's not till April.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Take that. Punch him! Punch him!
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrent.
I'd rather play D4, except I'm not. This is what I always tell people. This is like my new thing. I probably say it now 20 times a stream because I get asked the question that you just asked a lot. If you are a fan of Diablo, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, if you are a fan of the isometric action RPG genre, and you have not tried this game, just try it. Costs you nothing. It's completely free. You download it on Steam. You have 20 different characters to pick from. All feel very different. And just try it. And see what you think. If you don't like it, hey, now you know.
Much noise. Can't you stay quiet and listen?
Dude, the guys with the lightning are ridiculous.
The Hangman.
Oh, it's free. 100% missed that. Yeah, it's 100% free.
Hey, a machine
No,
also
the
needs to rest.
frickin'... It's not the hangman. It's him. Get him.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Cube rapacity boss. All right. Yeah, it's 100% free. Took a nap earlier trying to stay up for PoE 2 info.
The Hangman. The Hermit.
The Hangman and the Hermit. About to hit level 87.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
The Hermit isn't hard, just annoying. Everyone, I'll catch up in chat after this map. I've already got the PoE stream all queued up. And we will watch that full screen. You got to T5. Nice job.
Behold the power of machines.
87. Punch them, golems!
Much noise!
Get them!
Just stay quiet and listen. Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of...
All right, let's see. Am I behind? Aaron Gazzi did a great push on TLI today. Just laid back fun for blasting and being relaxed with the free game. Everyone should be playing it. I should have clipped it. Oh yeah, that would have been great. I even play it, sorta. Yeah, Luz plays it. Walker's not a fan. Aaron, are you trying to get others addicted to TLI? I mean, you have already made me play the last 4 seasons. I just always, like, it makes me sad when it's like, oh, I can't believe you play this. It's a pay-to-win mobile piece of crap. And I'm like, oh, which character did you try? I've never tried a character. I've never played it. Oh, you've never played it? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's normally how the conversation goes. Hate the after death blade effects, and they're hard to see. First time T8 on the new Iris. Now that I have time. Nice job. Does POE have PvP?
Humans didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
Supposedly there's dueling, I think, in PoE 2. I've never seen it or tried it. Is there a Torchlight minion build somewhere I can follow? I hope I could finish this build or finish this character and put it into a guide, but I don't know. We're just no, we're just doing our own thing. No guide. Robot Golems, currently T7. We played Bomber Moto to level 82. Didn't like it, started another character, and got this one now to 87. It's day 4, and we have 2 level 80 characters. I will hit 90 today, too. We will hit level 90. That is my plan.
The sun.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet?
The sun. The magician.
That was a good little 10%. My divinity slates are too expensive. Have you found one yet? The goddess ones, no. We haven't even done that yet. You always get one for free when you kill Traveler T7. So you might get lucky and get a good one. Before I do anything, I'm going to hit level 90, and then I'm going to give immunity to physical, erosion, fire, lightning, and cold to my minions. And see if the makes them unkillable. This is the first thing I have to test. By the way, the desire crystals disappear after a map, or can you stack them? They disappear. You gotta run. You gotta click them. I'm almost positive. No chest run yet? We already did one. 4 rainbow chests.
Well done, birdies.
The next one, we need 5 cards.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
We need 5 cards. 4 cards. There's an FE. Here, let's see. Maybe prices have gone up. They probably haven't. No, they're still worth 3. Yeah, cube opacity for brands, yeah. Death. You don't see the death card very often. Uh-oh.
You are the worst squeeze I have ever had.
Man, when the golems get cooking, they are monsters. Take that, golems. All right, 2 cards left, and we're back to fighting for chests.
The birds are flying. Since you have forgotten, I shall teach you one more time.
Minions were all dead.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Cuber opacity boss. The next item I want is an amulet. I think they're around 100 FE.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
Jeez. Man, these maps are action-packed.
So much noise. Can't you just
We haven't
stay
run
quiet?
any mist yet either.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents.
100? I'm still shopping around 10 or 20. This morning, right before stream, I finally knocked out my heroes. So I snagged 3 epic hero memories. I'm sure you've done that at least. So I got those done. Huh? Never mind. Teach me your hero memories. These have rarities from common to red. You get to pick the implicit and up to 2 mods on them. And then you can use this little anvil thing to upgrade the mods on them, which boosts their stats. Doesn't know anything. Hey, what's up, Logout? Nice job at church today. I watched your guys' entire worship with you and Tink singing. And I watched most of the message. It was good. I knew that. Sure. Sure. Mm-hmm. Cool. You were awake for the whole thing? For church? It was like at 11. Logout and Tink, his wife, helped lead worship today. It was awesome.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
At their church.
Well done, birdies.
That would be where. You're right. You're right. Do you call them that in the morning? Wait, what? Call them what? What did I miss? There's too many conversations happening. I was just saying that logout macro, friend, community member, helps lead worship at his church with his wife, and I watched their live stream this morning.
Reflect on your wrongs. Steel.
Approaching halfway point of level 88.
So much noise. Stay quiet and listen.
I can't sing, so I torture everyone around me. Makes sense. Do you call them Logout and Tink in person? You don't need to say their names on stream, of course. No. What's the name of the amulet I want?
Buy
I
or sell.
want...
Help yourself to the catalog.
Necklace. You. Holy moly! +1 to passives, minion max life, minion damage. Your minions can only deal physical. Why this is so good is because it's the one item that gives minion max life. 170, 160, 150. Yeah, this will be the save up purchase. Too rich for my blood. I'm guessing you could probably snag them for bad rolls in the low 100s, maybe like 120, 125. So this is what we're saving for. It's not that bad, right?
Conflicts carry the weight of both honor and shame.
We got Sweet Dream cooking too.
Well done, birdies.
Minions putting in work.
The Emperor. Justice.
We got Sweet Dream, Cuba Rapacity, and 2 cards I triggered.
Ah, well fought battle, but I believe you still have a long way to go.
I couldn't.
Needs to rest. So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Somebody said yesterday that they updated Sweet Dream, so I said, okay, well, I gotta at least try it. It was my old favorite.
Machine also needs to rest.
I gotta at least see if it's different.
Well done, birdies!
No, I like the one where every chest was rainbow. What happened to that? Ugh. I thought I heard from someone that sweet dreams are made of these. Guess who I am? I disagree. Am I right? Is that a movie quote? Ugh. Thank you. Five. We are dead. Hold on. Not yet. Oh my gosh. Wow. Never mind. Just unlocked T7. Nice job. Five yellow chests are the best we could. That was running the whole map. Made a few adjustments to my build and brought some gear before the church. Gonna try it out now. Sevens, nice. How much for the GGG? You mean how long? An hour. Hour and 10 minutes. So we gotta fight 2 cards 5 times.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Brow, you excited to see all the POE 2 updates?
The Embers. The Chariot.
Well done, Birdie.
There's 3 FE. All the nerfs. My guess. Balance, bugs, performance. They end with an announcement for Druid and Huntress coming.
You should have paid more. Herman's tolerance of steel is bad.
Your excitement makes me excited, you know?
So much noise. Can't you just stay quiet? And
Another 3 FE.
The High Priestess. The Magician.
Get out of the corner.
always be cautious. Since you have forgotten, I shall teach you one more time.
Magic Vine removed from the game. The High Priestess is stuck and won't move. Awesome. Awesome.
Hey,
Fun.
a machine also needs to rest.
Last one.
The sun. The embers.
These two are fine. It's weird how some of the cards are so easy. I'm here. I didn't miss it. You didn't miss it. We got about an hour, I believe, until the game hits. Immortal, I feel like I don't get it. It was more. I feel like I don't get it. It was immortal. Oh, you were immortal in T7 and now you're getting one shot in T8. T8 is the very, very hard part for the game. Yeah. T7 is where people grind their currency. T8 is where you really start pushing and it's like your real big gear check.
The machine also needs to rest. Well done, birdies.
They're gonna nerf minions because of you. No, they're not. Compared to what all these other people are doing, minions are nothing compared to Spark and Deadeye and my friend Conger hitting the Pinnacle boss for 250 million. That's the stuff they should just destroy.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of...
I know, it's just playing. I would like a minion buff. You and me both. Is the double shotgun guy your favorite to roll? You're talking about Lethal Flash? Lethal Flash is okay. I actually like the OG least played character in the entire game. Oh, he's not the least played now. Now, Oracle Thea is the least played. Second least played. Ranger of Glory. If they announce minion AI changes, I will drop TLI. If they announce, hey, you can now walk across a bridge with minions, you'll run. You'll be like, that's it. I'm out. I'm playing the red Carino guy. I don't know his name. Oh, you're playing Zealot of War. I played Zealot of War last season.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
He's very fast, yes. I didn't read any of the patch notes. I don't know if there's an update to him.
The sun.
A machine
When he dropped, he was awesome. And then they, I don't know, nerfed him or changed him. He was terrible. I don't know what he's like this season, but I did not like him last season. He was like Moto Charge this season. I started over. I was so frustrated. I played him to like level 92, and then I was like, I'm done. What do we got?
The hangman.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest. So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
We just fought the Hangman, a Mist boss, and now we got a Cuberapacity boss. Light him up!
Reflect on your wrongs in the
I don't know I'm level 38, so I'm OP. That makes sense. There was something I fundamentally hated about Zealot of War, and I don't know if it changed. So his hero trait, you have two different, like, modes. You have, like, damage mode and speed mode. So, like, you know, you're fighting a boss, you're in damage mode, you're clearing maps, you're in speed mode. And when he first launched, there was certain items you can acquire that switched it. So you're fighting an elite or a champion or a boss, it automatically switches you to damage, you're doing a map. Well, you couldn't do that last season, which means every time you're in a map, you're switching which mode you're in based upon who you're fighting. I hated it. Oh, I hated it so much.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
It's like an added have to pay attention all the time mechanic.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen? Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
My plan is to get so much damage I could just stay in speed mode. That is literally what everybody does. Your strategy is everyone's strategy. I am speed. It's a good strategy, though. Everyone, right now we're grinding T7 maps as we level on our way to 90. The goal is level 90. Every 3 bubbles you have, you would... Wait. Upon entering the nightmare, for every 3 cube bubbles. We are sweet dreaming.
Well done, birdies! Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Sheen also needs the rest, guys. Did we get conduit? No. Man, there's so much going on all the time. Cards, Sweet Dream, Hermits, Cube of Rapacity.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Double Hermits. Oh, we got a big chest, too. Almost ran past it. Hi, Christina. Hey, honey.
The Emperor.
The Emperor's New Groove. You guys seen that movie? It's a movie about an emperor. You've probably never seen it. Okay, how am I supposed to get into this corridor here? Someone's probably typing Kronk's New Groove. Don't even say it. Wifey, get Aaron. He already has too much luck. I don't have any luck this season. I've made probably 100 FE, maybe a little more. Logout found an item sold. He sold it for 185 or something.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Running T1 maps in POE 2 to find citadels. Got a divine. Nice. T1 maps to find citadels to
sell the Citadel keys. Is that
A machine
is that where we're
also
at?
needs to rest. Reflect on your wrongs.
True,
in the
and keep
torrents of
selling
steel.
stats. The new code worked. Thanks. So excited to play. You're very welcome. 13 FE from one Empress card. Nice. Third best David Spade movie. Guess 1 and guess 2. Joe Dirt. Oh, no, that's not what you're thinking. You're thinking Tommy Boy Black Sheep? Are you thinking Tommy Boy Black Sheep? OMG, dude, you nailed it. That's what I'm here for, sir.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Conduit. Nope.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
The headless sun.
So much noise! Can't you just
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
fly?
I was very far away from the center.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Joe Dirt rules. All right, 6 more cards, and we are back into the seasonal mechanic. 3 more %, and we're at level 88. And we got 1 hour, less than an hour, till the POE stream, where we could all discuss for the remainder of the day, are we happy or sad with the changes coming?
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Does the Iron Citadel exist? It does. I found a ton of Iron Citadels. Probably more than any other.
My beard now looks even better.
Level 88. All I find is copper and stone. Isn't copper the one that's worth, like, way more than everything else? That's what you want. I think it's copper.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of...
All of PoE2 teams sat in front of the boardroom TV watching all the YouTube feedback. Said, we gotta do this. Gotta do it. I keep checking their stream to see if they put up a countdown. Nothing yet. Yeah, copper's like 3 divines, yeah. What would they have to say to get me to switch back to PoE 2 right now? I think it would have to be the announcement of Spectre coming in. That would probably do it. I'm pretty simple. Yep. Awesome, what's up? Let's see what they cooked up for us. We'll watch it when it starts. There it is. All pack points in. And body blocking. Delmore, what up? Ban hammer for the hackers, hopefully. Oh yeah, I hope for that too. I don't know what they've done for balance in the past. Do they they don't do mid-season balance stuff, right? They do? This is not a season, but I'm just curious their philosophy. Like, oh, this is way overtuned. We got to do something about it. Will they make that decision? Like, will they just, oh, they're one-shotting the Pinnacle boss. This thing's broken.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Yes, they love doing those. Just gutting them. Oh, you just spent 200 divines on Spark. Spark's dead. Stuff like that. I hope they're like that.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Early access is tuning on the fly. It's true. Okay, tired. I'm gonna take a nap. Go take a power nap. Be back in an hour so we could watch all the POE stuff together. We'll watch it full screen too.
Well done, birdies.
All right, we're hitting level 90 today. Is the stream lagging or my internet? Bitrate on Twitch is at 6,000, which is perfect. Anyone else getting lag?
You are the worst student I have ever had.
No lag here. Okay. All right, I'll monitor it. Desired core. Wimcom Nether Realm. That's one gear. We're starting to cook through these T7 maps.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of...
Oh, we got another T7 boss. I'm watching on my PC, though. Could be there's a service if they're watching from a phone or whatever. Yeah, that could be true.
Reflect on your wrongs.
Funny to see your sword not used. I just don't, I'm trying to give them a chance. You know, that's why it's like that. I know. You're right. Realm Lord. We got two. Two more. One 2025 make crossbows great again. In what game?
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Come on, I need 200 FE to buy a necklace. It's like the game doesn't even know what I want. Oh. POE 2? I see. We'll find out soon.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
Aaron's playing a minion build here also. Okay, listen, let me be clear. For Torchlight Infinite, I play Carino, Ranger of Glory. But since I've played him for 8 straight seasons, my community told me to try something different. So I'm a good listener. And I took that feedback and said, okay, I'll play Moto. So I played Charge Moto. Then after I played Charge Moto, thank you, I hated it, so I played Commander Moto. This is already my second character for this season. I've got a level 82 and a level 88.
The Magician. The Star.
Here, I'll turn down the settings. It could be just the minions and how quick I'm running around.
Sunburnies!
Turn on DLSS. See if that makes a difference. Still laggy? Is my face lagging everywhere and I do this?
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Hate lag. You know what? We need a 50-90. That's what we need to take care of the lag problem. That's what we need. Only 39. Ooh, desired cores have shot up in price. They're in the 20s. We have 2 of those. Highs have started to go up. Okay, so that's 40. That's another 15. It's 55. All right.
Machines aren't like.
We're probably starting to get close to 100. Write it off as a business expense, the 4090. A business expense, huh? Start time 12:30 PST. It's like 40 minutes. Almost there. In my head, I think, like, what would it take for me to actually want to... I mean, obviously, having the best video card's cool, but do I need a 5090? You know, guys? By the way, when something is a tax write-off, it does not mean it's free. Just FYI. No, it's a waste of money. Skip this, gen. I already told everybody what I think I'm going to do. Once Steve from Gamers Nexus and his team get a hold of a 5090,
Stay quiet and listen.
if he says it is double the performance,
The star.
double. Oh, I'm so dead. I'll probably get one.
Hey, a machine also.
Why did I just do that? Holy...
You are the worst student I have ever had. Since you have forgotten, I shall teach you one more time.
It's the chariots. Aaron, can you make a Nexus reaction when they announce it? I want to see it too. I don't... Oh, you mean you want to watch it together? I don't think I'd put out a video on YouTube, but we could watch it together.
Also needs to rest.
Does the card have like an official release date from NVIDIA? Or is it just like a end of February or...
So much noise. Just stay quiet and listen.
What kind of sound is that thing?
In the torrents of...
Apparently there is a hack in POE 2, and when you're partied and in a trade window, apparently your session key is publicly available during trade, and they can take over your session. That's good. Did you watch the video Frodo shared? On Discord? What was the video on? Are you talking about all the Dragonkin stuff? No, I don't see anything in general. From Frodo? No, I don't see anything. It's in the gaming channel. You said it was in general. Gaming channel. Yeah, I already watched that. That's just their weekly tech news. It's just making fun of MSI's marketing. All right, the wife is brought. Yeah, nice quesadilla. End of January for the new video cards. Stacking up upgrades. You gotta be kidding me. We needed 2. Can't get there. 4. Go back 4. Oh, yeah, that would work. 4 to 6. Bam. All right, we're at the end. Death. Death. Card upgrade. Death. Oh, we just were dead. 4, 4, and 4. All right. Not a great run. I mean, it's okay. Green, 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 blue, yellow, red. Good morning. What's up, Autobot? Let's right click on the card so you don't have to double click.
The star. The devil.
Herman and steel is back.
Last one.
The high priestess. The devil. The empress.
The birds. Since you have forgotten, I shall teach you one more.
So much fun!
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Chess mode is OP. Good morning, good morning.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest. Always be cautious. Ha ha! Herman's Torrents of Steel is back! You are the worst student I have ever had!
The worst student. All right, we're done. Okay, let's see where we're at. All right, the live stream for Path of Exile 2 has still not started. I thought maybe they would have like a countdown or something, but nothing. All right, it's quesadilla eating time. Yep. Drops for their stream? No. Here's the communication.
We're going to miss the class.
Here's the communication. This Sunday, 12:30 PST, we'll release a short announcement video with the details on the up-and-coming 1-1 for Path of Exile 2 and the issues we are addressing in it. Following the patch announcement, game directors Jonathan and Mark will join the Tavern Talk podcast with community streamers Gazzy and Darth to discuss the details of 1-1 and answer your burning questions. We'll be restreaming the podcast on our channel, so feel free to watch it there or join the stream on Darth's channel. The question is, what are they going to do first? Exploits, bugs, performance, balance, adding content? Like, what are they going to do? What the?
Who's that, Mikey?
Humans didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
Mike, you're not allowed to end your stream. What's up, sir? I beat you to bed today. Shout out. You guys all know Mike. We've rated him the last 3 days for his little subathon he's doing. There's a shout out if you don't know him. I consider him one of the best Torchlight Infinite players in the world. If you go to hero rankings in the game, number 1, the gentleman that just rated us, Mike, one up. Nice run, sir. Very impressive. Very impressive. Everyone, I am just eating a snack. We are playing Machine Golems. And we are about to watch the Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 2 stream announcement for what's coming. It's supposed to start in 20 minutes. Nah, not a subathon. Let's be real. I'd stream with or without them. Just some bonus goals. That's cool. Build guide will be live before I go live next. Nice. Now you're switching to YouTube. That's cool. I want to see what they're going to cook up for POE 2. I'm very curious. Anybody have any guesses? I need like a second desk.
I was a Legion commander just a few years back. Nobody dared to disobey my orders. I'd say, wait, hey, wait, don't fall asleep. I haven't finished.
Same, they say when the next content wave is coming. We're going to find out in likely 30 minutes. Druid incoming, that's my guess. I agree with all of Rax's guesses. I don't know what that means. I'm waiting for an apology that I played 200 hours for not liking it. No, just joking. Pretty positive there won't be any new content. Guessing I'm not sleeping then. I doubt the new class. Okay, my guess. I don't know what Rax said. My guess is bug fixing, balance, and performance. Address hackers and exploiters. Likely address magic find. And a date, maybe a date for Druid and Huntress. They said Druid and Huntress were both very, very, very close to making it in early access. So, like, the exciting part of the stream is the announcement of the classes coming. That's my guess. High on my personal selfish list, fix expo jamming. High on my personal list is minion body blocking.
Objects. They're fearless
And the introduction of Bind Spectre. But what about Axe, more endgame mechs? That stuff's like, I would guess, Mike, it could be, but I would guess that's later.
Like, they need to fix a lot of the core systems. I mean, at least in my head, like, let's fix what's currently in there to make sure that's great before moving on. But I don't know. I don't know, maybe. We will see. We will see. Everyone, we do have a giveaway coming up. Free copy of Path of Exile 2. As long as you are following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Yeah, we should... Hold on. I mean, if their time is right, this stream is supposed to start in 19 minutes. No countdown, no nothing yet. Maybe they'll kick it on at the 15 or 20 minute mark. Or 10 minute mark. Nothing yet. We will see. I'm just finishing eating. Also, Mike, I don't know if I'm a fan of any Moto. Simple problem is I can't tell my minions what to kill. So it's like I'm trying to kill all this crap in the tarot cards and they're just running around. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan yet.
Hurry, we're going to miss the class.
Saying Moto used to be cool, but Iris is more stacked. Maybe next season I'll try Iris. This season, Moto. Following season, Iris. Or my community lets me just play Carino. I don't know. That's what I should do. Let you do something you're funny. What?
I was a Legion commander just a few years back. Nobody dared to disobey my orders. I'd say, wait, don't fall asleep. I haven't finished.
Play your strength. In numbers, rings, blades. No, I don't like that either. I want to have a gun, shoot a projectile out of that gun, hit an enemy, kill an enemy. Yum yum.
Humans didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
All right, food done. GGG is still offline. So nothing yet. So mercenary in POE 2. Yeah, is that what I should jump to? No, I gotta revive enemies and make an army of those.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet?
Now that's an Idaho thing to say. What did I say? I like Idaho.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Every time Mike's here, he says, I cannot believe you play with voice lines on. He's probably thinking that right now.
The Herald.
About wanting a gun, I got it. That makes sense. I sometimes do when I'm not streaking. I got it. The chariot. What do you think of the mechanic? Frozen canvas or Arcana?
You are the worst student I have ever had.
This one slows you down. I would guess you don't like it, if I was guessing. Haven't done it enough to rate it. I think Canvas was a little more interesting.
The Emperor.
The Emperor. The minions don't know who to attack.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Unequivocally the worst one for us right here. I was skipping it to level 4 times, saving and avoiding the rips. I gotcha.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
All right, everybody, 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away till we take a break from TLI and check out the Path of Exile 2 stream. See what's coming new to the game, or at least what they're going to address first. Hey, Mike, feel free to ship me all your, when you switch out your minion gear, you know? Probably all insane stuff already.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
So we're going to watch full screen the official POE one. And then we'll corner like we do with dev chats for Last Epoch Tavern Talk. I want to see their official stream full screen, but Tavern Talk, I just want to listen. But yes, we'll have it on. They will announce new classes to cover the massive nerfs incoming. Again, I think bugs, performance, balance, addressing Magic Find, addressing hackers and people breaking things. And I think they kind of end with the cherry on top for Druid Huntress coming. this date or something.
Wrongs in the torrents.
It's my guess, but I don't know. What DPS should I be pulling at 85? DPS is kind of hard. It's kind of hard to answer that. You will know. You will know when you're not strong enough. It's kind of what I try to. You will know if you are constantly like not moving and nothing is dying. You know you've hit a wall. Wait, are they announcing the POE 1 League 2? No, this is strictly Path of Exile 2. Now that everyone is back from vacation, what the next basically major update or their plan for the future, what they're going to be doing. This should kind of be like a roadmap video, I would guess. Here's what you should see soon. This is what's coming in the future. This is how we're going to address things, stuff like that. 9 minutes. This is kind of weird.
So much noise. Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Yep, they're still not live. 8 minutes. Oh,
The chariot.
My favorite card is the Sun.
Well done, birdies.
I'm on T7 and DPS Dummy says 16 million in 17 seconds. And that translates pretty good.
Hey,
You feel like when you're in maps T7 you're doing pretty good?
Hanged man.
Tech, I'm hitting level 90 today. So we'll have an 82 and a 90.
much noise. Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Mike, I also feel like an idiot moreover than I normally feel like an idiot. So I played the Carino or the Moto 2 to level 82. I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's terrible. So I started a whole new character. And someone's like, oh, you should have just got him to 86 and then used the capsule. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of...
I didn't know about the capsule. Pay to level. Anyone else getting one shot by the sun? So the sun basically one shots you. But it's literally the sun, you get out of the AoE, kill 10 enemies, and it's done. It's the quickest. I think it's the quickest. Oh! Oh! These guys are crapping their pants, right?
Fourth, after talking about what they released, then we get into the state ofs. trade, in-game league mechanics, state of the maps, elements, ascendancies, HP, ES armor.
Guys, this is the official POE account. This isn't Darth's. Right now, I am on the Grinding Gear Games official Twitch account. I am not on Darth's. Just so everyone's aware. They are just streaming them for like their countdown timer.
One last time, just in case this ends up happening for the people that are watching. In 4 minutes, we're going to begin a reveal. The reveal will be a video that will play out revealing everything that is coming. After that, there will be an interview in which we'll be interviewing Jonathan and Mark, the game directors of the game. We have a list of questions, about 70 questions long. We will attempt to get through most of these. It's a 2-hour interview, so I'm sure some of these will not be asked just due to the brevity of the interview. With that being said, all of these questions, except me asking a question about Blight and Druid and Ghazi asking a question about minions, are all taken from the audience. So we are just basically taking questions that the audience wants to see and directly handing them over to the devs at this point.
I'll probably like make a statement of that in the intro.
Sure.
As well, so that gets to the VOD as well.
Sure. There will be a VOD of this on YouTube. Obviously, the Twitch VOD will be here too. On Ghazi's YouTube channel, he will publish the video afterwards. It's hosted.
Everybody, we will watch the video full screen. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of the interview, but I likely am going to just like miniaturize this in the corner so we could keep grinding. And we'll obviously listen to the entire thing because I want to hear it all.
If that happens, you can watch it on Ghazi's TV's channel. The main POE channel is restreaming my stream. So if my stream goes down, their stream's going to go down. So you would have to go to Ghazi in that scenario. And then he would carry on the interview from there. That's everything. Starts in 2 minutes. Thanks all for being here. And we'll do our best not to choke.
Good luck with that. Right. Okay. Deep breath.
You nervous?
No.
Yeah.
Not really. Like we've done it a few times with, especially with these guys as well.
Yeah.
Not really nervous. It's always a lot of pressure when it comes to making sure that we make sure the community's heard. That's the only. I'm not nervous, but concerned that we're not going to be able to do the community justice.
I mean, pretty much all the questions are from the community, so.
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can and then some.
Okay, 1 minute. Just remember, mute your mic when we go full screen with the review, so we don't accidentally talk over it for the VOD.
Will do.
Okay, 1 minute. T-minus 1 minute, boys.
Check Discord.
You think they're crapping their pants or what? Ghazi looks a little nervous. Come on.
Okay. Oh, also, there will be, after the video release in 40 seconds, there's going to be like a 5-minute downtime while we get technical stuff set up. So it's going to be on like black screen.
He looks tired?
For a few minutes. But that's like pretty normal. So just heads up for the people watching.
I just got the monster. I haven't drank it yet.
25 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I play the video here in 10 seconds, you're going to need to let me know. I will have to open the chat for this here. You guys are going to need to let me know how the audio is, okay? If it needs to go up or down, just as a heads up. Okay, with that being said, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Muting mic.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, we're back from our break. We've been playing the game a whole lot, and we've been reading a whole lot of feedback as well. So it's time to assess and work out what we're going to do next. Now, later this week we'll be releasing POE 2 0.1.1. This is a patch designed to address the concerns that we can address relatively quickly, without needing to create a new league or a new economy just yet. In this video we'll be going over some of the issues we've identified, and what we're planning on doing about them. It's worth stressing that just because a specific issue isn't on this list doesn't mean that we're not aware of it or that it isn't going to get addressed. It just means that we either can't fix the problem quickly, or we can't do so without the need for a new economy. One of the major areas that needs a lot of attention is the base experience of mapping. We've made a lot of changes here. First, in-game maps have received a balance pass to the number of monsters, number of chests,
Minions!
number of magical rare monsters, number of essences, strongboxes, and precursor artifacts. You should generally find maps more rewarding than before. Maps generally specialize in one or more of these elements that they will be particularly rewarding in. Now, towers are a thing that's very important for players to run often, but we only had one of them. We wanted to add more variety here as soon as possible, so we've added 4 more tower maps. Alpine Ridge, Sinking Spire,
No!
Bluff, and Mesa. We've also redone the existing Lost Towers map to make playing there less boring. We're now also spawning more maps with bosses. The rate was intended to be 1 in 4 maps, but in reality the rate was much lower due to some maps being unable to spawn bosses. We've increased the rate to compensate for this issue so that we can get the actually intended rate. We're also adding a new type of tablet that allows you to add bosses to your maps with its own mod pool.
That's a big
Strongboxes
plus.
also needed some love. They now spawn monsters faster, have a less annoying fog effect, and have also received changes to the timings and effects of the mods on them. Now, let's talk about visibility of effects. Many maps had too much clutter, preventing effects on the ground from rendering, causing you to be unable to see and dodge them. We've both changed the level of clutter on some maps, and changed some effects to make sure that they are always visible. In addition, elemental explosion effects have had visibility improved, stick around for longer before they explode, and disappear without exploding if a rare monster dies. Volatile plants are also way easy to see before they explode. Now we've also increased the zoom level on the Atlas,
Yes!
done a pass on various terrain collision issues in many maps. We've also improved the load times of opening the world map and Atlas panel. And we also now show the biome of a map on the hover for it. For other in-game content systems, we're focusing on getting all the rewards in line with what they should be. For Delirium, we recently fixed a bug which caused Delirium monsters to just not spawn after the starting part. And we've also buffed the rate of simulacrums dropping by 20%, to make it more in line with the rate of finding the Expedition and Ritual bosses. For Ritual, we've made Omens now appear in the Ritual Tribute window 60% more often.
Nice!
For Expedition, we've improved the rarity from the shops, but we'll be wanting to make some more substantial changes to the rewards for this league later on. Now, one of the major concerns that we're often seeing is that getting to play Pinnacle content just takes too long, and that when you do finally get there, you only get one attempt and don't get a chance to learn the boss. In order to address these concerns, we're making the following changes. First, we're making the Citadel spawn closer to the center of the Atlas, and we've also added an effect so you can see them in the fog of war from further away. This makes them much easier to find. To address the problem of only having one attempt, on the Arbiter of Ash you will now get up to 6 respawn attempts. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone on your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you get, but you should know the mechanics of the fight by then, right? Now, we'll also be adding respawns to other Pinnacle content as well over time. Another thing that players have noticed is that there are less keys from Faradin Citadels on the market, and thought that it was because the Citadel spawns less often. It turns out though that this is just because the boss kills players more often than the others. We've made a few changes to that boss to bring it in line with the other bosses. A lot of people have reported that many of our unique items are feeling underwhelming. Uniques are often designed to be build enabling at high levels, even if they're low-level uniques. But we realized that we do need to make sure that more uniques feel powerful when you first get them at low levels too. In this patch, we are buffing a lot of uniques. These changes should make finding uniques at lower levels a lot more fun, and make subsequent character playthroughs more fun too, when you have some great
Act
uniques
2
to use.
easier. Woohoo!
We're also changing a few other things to make finding rares better at higher levels too. First, we're changing mod weightings a bit to make sure that there are less bad mods. Another fix is making high tier items no longer cull the highest tier modifier of a given mod type. This bug caused bows and crossbows to not spawn with attack speed at tier 5 rarity, and rings to not spawn with life at tier 5 rarity. Another change we're making is to make it so that socketables such as runes can now be overwritten with another socketable.
Yes!
Now, as we continue to play, we still find many balance anomalies with specific monsters or bosses that can be nasty if you encounter them. This patch contains a pass adjusting a large number of those monsters and bosses. We'll save the full list for the patch notes, but there are a significant number of changes here that should address many cases where monsters or bosses felt too hard in certain circumstances. Here are a few examples to get a taste of what kind of changes you can expect. The Silver Fist Commander roll now does a lot less damage.
Yeah, that's the
Plague
boss
Bearer's
with the big
Detonate
pole.
Deck can no longer be used from off screen and has better telegraphing. Forsaken Miners throw less grenades, have improved visuals, and deal less damage. And Lost Men Zealots can no longer meteor you from off screen either, as well as many other changes just like those. One of the big issues for players on consoles is that the web-based item filter system is currently not working. This means that they can't use item filters like the PC users can. For 0.1.1, we'll be enabling the same system that POE 1 has, which allows you to subscribe to item filters on the website. For now, this will be done on the POE 1 website to allow us to get this feature out as fast as possible. Later on, we'll improve the user experience of this and put it on the Path of Exile 2 website. This patch also contains a bunch of other smaller changes and bug fixes that I'm sure you guys will appreciate, like buffing armor and scavenged plating, showing the number of uses left in your charms, as well as an effect when they trigger,
The Song of the Exiles.
fixing the music that Una was supposed to play in town,
Oh, great.
and plenty of other little fixes and improvements throughout the game. Now, we have a huge amount of much more meta-shifting changes that we know we want to make. And one of the best things about having the game in early access with the endgame is that we now have a much better idea of where we want character power to be and what the balance of bosses and monsters should be relative to that. But those types of changes are going to have to wait until we are ready to make a new league with a new economy for people to play in.
There you go.
That's still a little while away yet, but in the meantime, we'll be continuing to identify things that are causing frustration and try
No
to fix them.
nerfs.
I want to thank you guys for playing and hope to be doing more of these in the future. Later.
All right, so there you have it. Pretty awesome. We are now going to call them, get them ready for the interview. So we're going to go to a screen here that is a be right back type of screen here. You will hear no audio, and it'll just be a blank screen for probably 5-10 minutes at the highest. And now we're going to do an interview about what we just saw. So give us one moment here.
Okay, hold on. Did he put a 0 for O? That doesn't matter. Okay. All minions removed, please. Oh, brother. Okay, well, what do you guys think? Are we happy? Sad? Man, I wanted them to do something so cool with towers. So like more towers, I guess, is better, but like tower in itself isn't fun, right? So that was my whole thing, is that like adding more of something not fun, I don't know if that'll make it fun. So sad, no nerfs. Amazing fixes. Unique buffs are a big plus. Sad no weapon types. Pretty good response to things and addressing more than I thought they would at this stage. I mean, it's good changes, but still need more to make maps more fun. Basically, not much added. To not fun mapping. It's a huge change. They took out a crappy map, so now they are normal maps. Like a tower boss. Yeah, I was hoping for a tower boss. Underwhelming. You think it was underwhelming, Mad? So here are my thoughts. It's a quality of life patch is what it feels like. All right, armor sucks. We're going to buff armor. All right, you can't zoom out far enough on the Atlas. We're going to make it where you can zoom out faster. Okay, you hate towers. We're going to improve towers. All right, you can't find citadels. We'll give you directional markers so you know where to find them. All good. That's all great. So yeah, it's definitely a step in the right direction. But yeah, I did expect at the end I did expect oh, and just so you're aware that, you know, something at the end is like a hoorah. Oh, being able to remove your runes.
I was a Legion commander.
For people that are like obsessed with the game right now, you are searching the market for people that screwed up their runes, that severely underpriced their items because of the rune screw up. Or you are buying up all of the godly
of audio now.
Armor.
Hello, everybody. So here we are. Let's just real quick, now that we have the audience here, I'm going to have Jonathan one more time say something real quick just to make sure they can hear us well, and we'll get feedback from the chat.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Thanks, sir. Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark. Hello, this is me speaking, and I didn't want to say the same thing he said.
It's fine, you can.
All right, and then lovely co-host Gazi here.
Lovely co-host. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Excellent. So with that being said, Gazi, why don't you take it away with the intros?
Hi, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. We still have no idea what episode we're on, and we're going to keep up with that trend. We have with us my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction, and the lovely two individuals that is basically the OGs at this point. We got Mark and Jonathan from Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games. How are you guys doing?
Oh, doing great. I mean, you know, like, it's really good to get back into things again. We had a good break, you know, like, and yeah, I don't know. It's just nice to be back and actually looking at the problems again, as much as, you know, it can be painful sometimes. But yeah, no, it's really good to get back into things.
Yeah, disconnected for a little bit. Not too long, but just a little bit. And now back, which is awesome. But no, it was a long burn last year, so it was good to get a little bit of a break over that Christmas. But yeah, lots to address, lots to change. Excited.
It seems like with the break, you guys still managed to get a lot of changes in from the review video we saw. It's fairly substantial, so that's exciting.
I mean, that is for the most part just stuff that we did, like, you know, last week and this week. The maps, the extra 4 maps, some of those did have some work that was done a little earlier, but for them because we knew we needed more towers and we just didn't get them in. But pretty much all that stuff is just stuff that we're, you know, just doing last week and this week. Like, we try to move, you know, fairly quickly when we can. But yeah, the thing now is of course going to be like. One issue we kind of realized we had is like, okay, how much do we concentrate on fixing problems people have right now, and how much do we concentrate on like the next big kind of content patch? And so that's like kind of the tricky thing we have to maneuver around at the moment. And I guess my feeling is that so long as there's like big problems that are causing people to have you know, like a bad experience, I kind of want to make sure that those get addressed as soon as possible, at least where we can, so that we're making sure that things are in as best a state. We like some kind of point of stability, so that we can concentrate on having the larger kind of like content patch after that.
Got to balance it.
That's great to hear. So for this episode or this interview or whatever we're going to call it, we've done what we can to make sure that we let the community get their voices heard. So most of the questions we're going to go through is questions collected almost exclusively from the community. We have a couple light, for some reason, questions and some warrior questions from Darth, and we have some minion questions as expected from my side of things. But most of the questions will be taken from the actual community. So I'm just going to kick us off, so don't waste anyone's time. And we're going to start with a question saying, which of the changes that has been showcased was the team most excited to be able to announce?
Well, I guess that I'd say that like these changes, obviously, while the players are happy with them, we're not exactly excited about them per se, because these are just like fixes to things that are problems, right? So the stuff that we're excited about is the stuff we're not talking about, which is the content that's coming up in the, you know, in the larger one that'll have an economy reset and so on. So there's obviously a lot of stuff there, but for this stuff, it's just like really like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are having a good time? That's kind of the main thing I would say.
Which is exciting in its own to see how much more we can improve, how many people having a good time. So
So I mean, that's good, but yeah, it really is like there's no one thing there where we're like, oh yeah, this is the amazing thing. It's like it's all just like, let's make the game not suck. That's kind of our main goal.
So one of the changes for in-game maps is the changes to, you mentioned monsters, chests, rare monsters. What impact are you guys hoping that this change specifically is going to have in in-game mapping?
Well, I want this. Well, there's a couple things. It is just a general, probably 30% more kind of monsters, items, etc. from inherent maps. You get the thing where now the inherent map is higher value, and thus proportionately the league is less impactful. Say Breach, which is obviously in its own universe of craziness right now. But the idea is the base map is more rewarding, and thus adding the extra content is less necessary for, say, map sustain.
30%
the other thing
is
is
a lot.
it will interact with different rolled maps differently. So we tried to do this better before early access began, but again, it should be now certain maps and certain mods that increase the chests, the rarity of chests, the rarity of monsters will have different benefits. So that's kind of cool that I want people to learn that over time and see what's beneficial, what multiplies better, and then you combine those things where you have this map's better for number of monsters, whereas this map's worse for number of monsters because they're multipliers. So like a really small map versus a really large map, actually before they were relatively consistent. Now that large map might have twice as many monsters as that small map, but it has the same density of monsters. So you don't just have big open empty spaces of nothing. So obviously now the number of packs, if you multiply that up, it has a much grander effect on the big map than it does the small map. But the small map is obviously easier to clear, faster to clear. So say if you're optimizing for bossing, you're probably going to try and have the be applying more bosses to small maps using the new tablet. Or if you're doing leagues that, more like Breach, you might want smaller maps that way because you're focusing on just farming breaches as opposed to, say, Delirium, or say Expedition favors, it doesn't really care if the map is large or small. So, having those different kind of axes is really interesting where you are thinking about that as you go. Now, people have to learn that, and that's cool. I actually want people to learn that and kind of post all their details on like this map's really good and this map isn't. And we've accounted for layouts, how fast they are to clear, all of that stuff. So certain maps that were more tedious to clear now have pretty drastic advantages on at least one or two different axes. So they might have a higher number of minimum monsters, rare monsters, higher spawn rate of rare monsters, magic monsters, rare chests, who knows.
And there was a lot of that balance that you couldn't really do until you actually had experience playing them, right? Because it's hard to tell when you're just in development and you're not on a real character, like, is this map actually fun or not, right? And the in-game was we've got the least amount of testing, so it really did require, like, okay, some actual proper play and be like, okay, is this map, to really answer the question of is this map good or not? So now when we see that, then we can be like, okay, we need to make this change or that change in order to sort it out. So there's just been a lot of just like sanding off all the rough edges that in-game had by virtue of the fact that it just really wasn't as tested as what the campaign was. Go on.
That all being said, I'd say one thing it has introduced is it has added more bad luck or mistake protection to some degree, because if you would like fully juice a really small bad map, that minimum of bad is now much higher. And so like you all of a sudden now have invested all this wealth into this bad map, you've run it and you're like, I didn't get anything back from it. So the minimum is certainly now much better, which should
like
hopefully
a hideout.
protect a lot of people who are falling out of map sustain. Whereas like a lot of the good players who are a bit more observant, a bit more familiar with PoE 1 were just like happily sustaining maps. And so yeah, you had these two ends of spectrum, and hopefully we've raised the minimum now with these changes.
So 2 follow-up questions. Since this was a question for later, but since we're talking about bad maps in particular, something you mentioned here, what is your guys' opinion on the current state of maps in the game? Not so much from a monster point of view, but of a layout of maps. So there are some maps people don't like as much. There are ones people really do like as much. Is your opinion that you need maps, for instance, like Mire, Augury, Val Factory? These are some of the least favorable maps. Do you think you need maps like this in the game in order to more appreciate the more common ones people enjoy? Or what's your stance currently on the map?
Oh, all 3 of those maps are terrible.
Amount of variety that are in the game, put it that way.
I guess ideally, like there have been a few adjustments to things like that. Probably not, like we're not necessarily going to take every map people find annoying and change it like so that people don't in that way. But certainly there should be balance changes to make it so that they feel at least worthwhile, even if they do have some more annoying layout or something like that. So I mean, I assume you feel the same way about that.
There's some standout things. Like obviously you shouldn't have the levers that you just can't dodge roll out of and you just die, or the levers are just spawning burning ground on them, right? Obviously, this stuff is just objectively wrong and objectively bad, and that will be fixed. But a lot of that contributes to, like, this is the worst map because you'll go pull a lever and die while doing so. And then there's the ones that, yes, are just, like, you know, inherently worse layouts, especially for certain builds.
Minions.
But then, again, now using this other thing where it's like, actually, well, those maps may now spawn the most amount of rare monsters or the most magic monsters or just the most amount of monsters. You're going to have to go figure some of that stuff out. And some people might like that. People with less, you know, screen clearing AoE-centric builds probably don't mind some indoor, more mazy maps if they're going to get the benefit or feel like they're getting the benefit from, you know, more rare monsters. They've got, I don't know, more single target or a more concentrated DPS or whatever. They don't feel so bad now for running that as opposed to just running the, you know, sand spit where you can just like nuke entire screens every 2 seconds.
The bad case of this though is definitely the tower map, because it was it's like you mandatorily have to run that map, and so having that be not great is like not a good situation. So, you know, hopefully we've addressed that one. Like, that was really urgent to address because it's like, you know, because it's mandatory, right? You can't just skip it. So that one had to be sorted.
Yeah, turns out it's maybe not a good thing where you have to approach a room full of monsters that you don't know what they are and they're super dangerous and you can't see them, and it's a narrow bottleneck and you have to run in and just die.
Yeah.
But even so, like, obviously the variety helps with that, but also the new version of that map is now based on the top floor tile set, which has like got more variety and like it's easier to deal with. So that should improve a lot of that.
Bit of visibility.
Yeah, exactly. So it
more
helps
open,
a lot.
less tight bottlenecks. Still they're still relatively narrow here and there, but yeah, much better to clear.
So one more follow-up here, and I'll pass it off to Ghazi. In the reveal, you mentioned that the boss maps, for instance, were supposed to be more common than they actually were. And so this comes to a very common question about Waystone's sustain. So what was your opinion on the state that previously was with Waystone's sustain, as well as do you believe this impact of additional bosses are obviously going to impact Waystone's sustain? So you think this is going to help alleviate some of the feedback we've seen related to there?
That one's pretty interesting because, and this is probably going to be a controversial thing to say, but like, we don't know that there necessarily is a problem with Waystone Sustain as such. So that means we have to look into, if people say that there is, then that means we have to understand why that is, because I don't think that's the experience that like we're having as we're playing ourselves. And like, so there's always this thing where it's like, we want to hear what the players say.
It's for sure a problem. You have to set your Atlas a certain way and play a certain way to sustain them. I dealt with it. Everyone dealt with it.
Decision of what a change would be. So I don't know that we've identified why it is yet that players are having problems with Waystone Sustain. And so that's like, and this will change this obviously because there's more bosses and so on. Like, that's the thing you can do. And killing bosses will give you, you know, upgrades and so on. Like that'll help with that. But I guess I sort of like, I feel like we need to understand that problem more before we can really work out what exactly needs to happen with it.
There's certainly more to learn there, but as I said before, the minimum's now higher for sure.
Right. So it can be just people running into bad specific maps that like have specific problems that, you know, someone who's...
I suspect it's also just a lot of people struggling with the difficulty and dying, and like, you know, it's obviously very different if you're dying even in 30% of your maps, 20% of your maps, I mean, even 10% of your maps. It can make that difference. So yeah, there's definitely 100% more to look into there. But like, I personally, like, I went to from tier 1 to tier 15 maps in a total of 32 maps, and I've sustained since. And then you see the things where people are talking about map sustain, and I'm like, okay, am I in a different universe? And the answer is probably
in a different universe.
The answer is probably yes, I am in a different universe. But you know, from a purely anecdotal standpoint of my own, you know, I try and I'm going to see how it is for myself, and okay, I'm somewhere else. We need to look more into this somewhere. You know, so we have other people at the office as well, of course, and you get their anecdotal experience, but we need to look at this from a much broader perspective. But either way, what we've just put forward is an improvement to all of that. Higher maximum, sure, higher minimum, and a bit more safety for bad luck. But what it doesn't really account for right now is safety for people dying and, you know, failing 50% of their maps or N% of their maps.
There is a slightly more subtle thing going on, I think, which it's kind of unfortunate how this turned out, but effectively, because you can power through the map tiers really fast, it means that you don't get a chance to find the gear that you would otherwise have as you went through those tiers. And that means that effectively when you do, like you might be playing higher tier maps than what you really should be playing for the amount of like wealth that you've found. And that means that your map sustain is bad because you're dying more often because you're kind of playing higher tier content. And that's is on us because we like need to adjust that so that you like, so that you only start like effectively, in order to progress up the tiers, it needs to be more that we need to sort of gear check you more as you go up a little bit to make sure that you've got the gear you need before you're going up the tiers. But this is going to be a really subtle and tricky thing to get exactly right. Like, there's quite a lot to that.
I don't know.
And that's kind of more of a thing that we can sort of look at over a bit of a longer period of time because it's going to require some adjustments. But yeah, that's just sort of another one. But there's quite a lot of implications to all of that, and I don't know that we're quite ready to like understand exactly what would need to happen for that to happen. But that is kind of one of the issues that we're seeing is just like, yeah, effectively people playing content that's harder than what we would hope they would be playing for the gear that they have, which then causes the deaths, which causes the sustain to be bad. So that's kind of that issue there.
Thanks for the detailed answer. I'll throw it off to Ghazi for the next questioner.
Yeah, next in line, we're actually going to circle back to what you mentioned, Mark, regarding Expedition, not caring about the layout and whatnot, but you also mentioned, I believe it was in the video, right? You mentioned more substantial changes to Expedition coming later. So the question is, do you have any particular examples of these things you're hoping to accomplish with this mechanic?
Yeah, I can't really say what it is, but what I can say is it is intended that every league, sort of, I'd say without promising it, because we're allowed to make exceptions. It is kind of intended that every league provides some sort of access of character or crafting power that is abnormal. And so
crafting, crafting,
you can't get anywhere
different.
else.
Mostly character power here. So aside from the unique items, obviously they can or sometimes don't provide character power that can be attained elsewhere. This is more about something else that's, similar to, say, the instilling your amulet with a notable. It's something that only that provides. It gives you more power than you would have had if you had never done it. And so ideally, every league would kind of do something like that, or provide a crafting avenue that would then give you something like that, or give you more power in general. But yeah, we just kind of have the vendor mechanic where you can do some crafts, and none of those crafts are abnormal. They're not adding extra benefits or mods or anything outside of that. So yeah, we have intention to add something to that, and probably to a lot more of them over time. And as you get new ones that each obviously have this thing in mind, where we're trying to say, how can we make characters feel a little bit more powerful by engaging in that content? But yeah, Expedition just didn't quite get it when we ported it over. Like, we discussed heaps of things, like we could add some more ROG crafts, so to speak, now that, even though it's now 3 out of 4 of them crafts.
It definitely needs something else, for sure.
It just needs something cool, something better, and something not rushed. Which is we were in a position where we were going to rush something, and it's like, hold on, let's not do that. Let's get it right and do it a bit later.
Mung, this is my second character.
Well,
that's why.
Another question we have is regarding the Arbiter of Ash now having 6 resurrection or revive attempts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And other attempts to, or adding other attempts to other pinnacles over time. I guess the question comes down to, why wait with adding extra attempts?
Ultimately, the reason is just time. It might even be that in the patch that we do deliver, that some of those other ones are already done. It's just that because the video had to be made last week, and we were like, are we gonna, we knew we would get time to sort out the Arbiter, and we were like, we don't know if we're going to get time to do the others, so we'll just promise that one, and then if the others come, then that's just a bonus. Yeah, effectively, there's a little bit of trickiness around each one to just work out all the states of everything. If you're looking at just as a random example, and this isn't obviously that big of a deal, but it's just someone has to do it. Is for the breach one, for example, we have to decide okay, so we can't really let you have the economy, you can't reset the whole map because then you'd get the drops from the breach a second time. So then it's okay, we have to make sure we put a checkpoint on the thing, and that means you have to do someone has to go write some code to make the breach thing work correctly for checkpoints, and it's just random stuff like that, just little details that just mean that it'll take a little bit longer to do those other ones. But we're not talking a really long time, right? We're just someone will get to it in the next couple of weeks. It's just
I'd say King in the Mist. King in the Mist will almost certainly be done because it's an isolated boss fight in a room with nothing else going on. Yeah. But for the logbook and for the breach one, you have to have some manual intervention, and we have to really make sure that there's none of that respawn at checkpoint at this exact point in time, and all of a sudden you get the loot again kind of thing going on, because that obviously can be quite destructive.
So it's literally just a time thing. We'll, as I said, we'll do it in the next couple of weeks, just as we get these things going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of Arbiter, a couple questions related to Citadels here, just some fast ones. Are Copper Citadels really the same spawn rate as all the others? That's what happened?
I mean, we generated a bunch of Atlas state and checked that they were equivalent. I mean, I don't know what to we really were not intending to make a Monopoly game, McDonald's Monopoly game style thing here. It really was intended to be equal.
That is funny.
So, yeah, as far as
Monopoly
we could tell,
game.
just that the boss had that exploding minion thing that was the damage just busted on that?
Nah, well, maybe, but all of his little attached zombies, like during the phase 1 of the fight, when he summons the sandstorm and you get protected and you have the zombies coming at you, they blow up after they die. And in the map version, the in-game version of this fight, some logic was missing. I don't know what happened. And those would then explode at the end of this phase 2. So you'd be like, oh, I killed him. You run in to get your loot, and 8 zombies just explode and insta-kill you. And so what you found is a whole bunch of people were just straight up like succeeding at the fight and then just dying straight afterwards. So that accounted for some portion of it. And then he was just harder. Certainly the death rate, even excluding the one-shotting zombies, was just much, much higher than the other two. But yeah, we have now a cheat that generates or simulates generating I think it's 1 billion different blocks and calculates how many of every map spawned and everything like that just to test this specific Citadel case. And yeah, everything we could find generates exactly the correct amount of the 3 things. So
speaking
the
of
3 Citadels.
Speaking of spawning Citadels, did you guys happen to catch any of the conspiracy theories related to, corpses pointing in directions, etc.?
It was so ridiculous. Whatever. People come up with crazy things. I don't know.
All right.
I can tell you. I see. The thing is, I'm tempted to actually do something weird like that now, just to just to bait the conspiracies. But no, there was nothing. There was nothing weird going on.
It is. It's just RNG. Like you have to. I did catch
it's
in the
just RNG.
video,
That's all it is.
It said closer to the centers, so there is something to being farther away from your spawn point.
So, but basically, all that is literally just that there. Where you start, there's just a radius you have to get to before they start spawning. But after that point, it's just they just spawn the same rate.
RNG.
And we just moved it closer just because since you can't really tell where the that's not obvious, right? And the main thing we want to do there is just not have a Citadel spawn right next to where you start, because that'd be ridiculous. Effectively we just shrunk that down a bit because it was a little bit large. And then the other thing as well is that now that you can see them in the fog, it actually makes them so much easier to find. We actually intended, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to totally buff the number of these that there are. But after we made the change to seeing them in the fog, it was immediately like, oh shit, there's actually tons of these everywhere. We just weren't seeing them before. Seeing them makes a big difference.
Okay, so moving on, off the topic of Arbiter instead of those here. It mentioned in the video less bad mods on mobs. Can we get some more detail?
Sorry, it wasn't mobs. I think because it was in the item section, and maybe you misheard that slightly. But the bad mods thing was talking about items. So effectively, there's some stuff going on here. So effectively, what we did, because a lot of people were talking about issues with higher tier rares as you get to harder content, and effectively, when we sort of looked into this, we sort of worked out there were some anomalies around what happens when mods get cut out on the lower levels, just based on kind of somewhat random things about how many top tier mods there are of certain types and things like that. So what we've done is it's not huge changes, but we've kind of effectively done things I think accuracy went down a little bit, and there was I can't remember the other changes.
Accuracy went down, life on kill, mana on kill, on weapons at least, and then attributes on hybrid gear.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the hybrid gear attributes. And then there was also the bug where effectively high tier rares weren't getting the ability to generate top T1 mods of certain types, which I don't think was actually necessarily as big of a deal as what people might have assumed, but because it wouldn't have affected that many items, but we have fixed it. So, for example, it was just impossible on a T5 bow to ever get attack speed.
Once it was a certain item level.
Once it was a certain item level. So yeah, but you couldn't even get T5 realistically except from high level stuff, right?
You still could occasionally,
but whatever. The point is there was a few things like that that were going on, and we've effectively just adjusted that stuff, and it should result in generally better rares when you're talking about high end, high tier stuff. So we'll just sort of see how that works out. The adjustments are not mega, but they are there, and they should sort of improve things, I think, a little bit.
And just for clarity's sake, for the viewers, when you say top tier, tier 1, you actually mean like tier 12 or whatever the top tier is, right? Because tier 1 technically is the worst. Tier.
Sorry, yeah, it's so annoying that we have like tiers going in reverse directions in different contexts. Like, but yes, what I mean is whatever the top tier of that mod is. In some cases, it was getting cut out. In fact, I worry that even in the article that we're going to say that's actually incorrect. So I just need to fix that because I think in the article that we posted, it says T1 item affixes, which is actually backwards. So I need to go and fix that after we've done this.
We also need to make this consistent everywhere and sort this tiered situation out.
Yeah,
I do have a follow up on that. Yeah, it is sometimes very frustrating dropping something that has a high tier, but I don't know if that is the highest tier. Would it be possible? Like, is there something you guys are considering adding?
I think we are adding a thing that displays on the mod if it is the best tier. Relatively soon, but again, we need to also just figure out a little bit more around this because we've got this whole T1 versus T random
the reason why there is resistance to having T1 mean the top one is because then if we add another one later, it changes what all the tiers are, and there was sort of some discomfort around that, but then maybe it's still better to just do that anyway.
Yes.
I don't know. That was the original thinking behind that, but whatever. It might be less confusing if T1 meant... No, because the other thing as well is that map tiers are like the T1 is the bottom one again, and you certainly wouldn't want to reverse that. That would be weird. So yeah, I don't know. Like probably.
Enough.
Yeah, whatever. This is just a random small topic, but just one of those things.
Yeah, you can right-click it.
Speaking of items and quality, one of the most requested additions, item filters, coming to console. So I'm sure many people are very excited about that. Speaking of the topic of consoles, can we expect more quality of life things coming to console? For instance, I very commonly see asked for things like text, UI size, etc. Do you have any plans related to quality of life improvements for console?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly need to do more there. I mean, I don't have any specific things to announce there, but effectively we need to make sure that that experience is good. And one thing that I know, this isn't actually technically a console thing, but another thing that we will be doing for people who use controller soon is like the ability to fast swap between controller and the PC UI just by like immediately in game, because that's something I believe there was even an implementation.
Hybrid controller support coming soon.
That sorted and then tested and so that'll be another one. But in terms of just general console stuff, I mean, look, there's just more we can do, right? And we've got our guys on console. They'll be looking into these things and just making changes. The text size one, I do think needs some addressing. It's a little bit tricky because there's kind of a lot of things all through the game that need like futzing around with. So that I definitely appreciate that. And like part of that is literally because when we're in this is kind of bad, but it's like in the studio, we literally have like a big screen and the couch that's near it is like relatively close. It's like an actual real world scenario. People often sit a bit further away, and we probably should have been thinking about that. Yeah. Things like that just need some addressing for sure.
Fair enough.
All right. Putting aside bugs and tuning that is expected for early access state, there was a question that I was asking about. What are the players' feedback that surprised you guys the most?
What's up, Chuckleface?
Well, I know you were saying. I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's like we had a lot of worries about things being broken. We just didn't know what those things were going to be. But then you were saying before that just the level of brokenness did surprise you as far as like some character builds and stuff, right?
Yeah. I had my whole okay. Obviously, people are going to find broken builds, but like we escaped millions into tens of millions, and then we escaped tens of millions into hundreds of millions in measuring in DPS, and then we escaped DPS into comets per second, and then like you got to this point where it's like, okay, we're just off the reservation here in terms of just, when you 1 week in and someone's like, here's my 450 million DPS build that hits the pinnacle boss for 141 million damage and one shots in the 3-player party, and I'm like, well, where are we? Like, what happened?
The thing that I found a little bit sad, and I guess we should have just expected this, is that like I sort of expected that the first few times people were playing the pinnacle boss, that would kind of be a normal fight. But in reality, the first few times people played the pinnacle boss was just completely like a disaster because like they just had some build that was because to get to the pinnacle boss the fastest, you also had to have like a ridiculously broken thing going on, and so you just ended up with just like you don't even get to see the mechanics, and it was just like that was a bit sad to me. Well,
hopefully with more lives, people will actually be giving it a shot instead of just selling it.
I will now give it a shot, but I will try it again.
The tricky thing about this has just been that, like, okay, so we do generally want, I mean, we do generally want to not do mid-league nerfs. And there was a period there before Christmas where we were making some changes, but we weren't even considering those to be mid-league nerfs because they still left things in a state that was still like very, very good. Like from our perspective, and like maybe the players would disagree with this, it was kind of like when we nerfed something there, we were still leaving it in a state where it's still some of the best shit ever. And so from our perspective, we were like, well, there'd be no reason to have to re-roll your character after this change because like it's still crazy. So we didn't even really consider those to be mid-league nerfs in the same way. But then, obviously, there's going to have to be some changes because, like, there are just certain things that are just completely ridiculous. But one thing we've got now, and I kind of mentioned it in the video, is that like we actually have an understanding now of like what a character should look like. And so ideally, when we do our first like true balance patch, we should be at the point where we can be like, okay, here's like these like 10 things that need to come down, but then there's also like these other 50 things that need to come up to get to that point, right? So like ideally, it there should be a little bit of leveling there that occurs, but we really don't want to do that kind of patch without doing an economy reset because we actually need like to see what really happens when you get a new economy and all that sort of stuff. So, and when I say an economy reset, of course, what I mean is a new league. Like you'll still have the old characters if you want to play them, but all the stuff we're going to be looking at will be on the new economy that in terms of like how it evolves that way. So yeah, that's going to be a tricky one. It'll take us a little bit longer. But that is also what we're working on in the background as well, is just like getting all of this stuff to where it needs to be.
So am I hearing that there's no nerfs coming in this patch then? Is that sort of what I'm taking from this?
I mean, there might be a few that relate to things that are just completely screwed, but I don't, I mean, it is not our intention to do a big nerf patch here. Like that is not our goal. Our goal with this is like fix things that are annoying people and like make the game more playable. Whereas the goal of like the the sort of balance patch that's coming a little later would be like, okay, we'll have a new economy. We'll actually do like a proper balance pass where we get all of that stuff like more.
Because you scared everyone with that executioner photo in the Twitter post. I mean, it looked like the guillotine was about to drop.
Okay, yeah, people look into things I think a little bit too much. Okay,
there's kind of three kinds of nerfs going on. Not on this patch. Just hold on.
I do want to follow up though with the comment on the balance patch coming later, and you want to combine that with the economy resets. So is that you saying that there will be economy resets during early access on a regular basis?
Yeah, so there won't be. They'll be in a new league, so you still get to keep your old characters. But effectively, yeah, absolutely during early access there'll be new. Leagues. What I don't want to say is like whether or not the league so when I use the word league, people sort of assume that means there's like a league mechanic that comes along with it, and we might do that or we might not. We kind of need to work out what's going on there, but it'll be a new league in the sense that it's a new economy that people can play through, and we'll be introducing significant stuff that would want people to make people replay as well as doing all the balance stuff and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, we need to do that because if you can't really just make changes to balance like significant ones without screwing people's characters over, obviously. So you need to have some kind of thing like that in order.
Don't worry, GGG can nerf every build to the ground, and players
we have a kind
will
of few
still
classifications of things we do address when it does impact balance, and we are trying to be ultra conservative, but if it is bricking instances, as in it is just absolutely tanking instances, affecting the performance and thus affecting the performance for other users, we almost always have to address it. You can't just let that be. Mm-hmm. Now we obviously try and reduce the impact on the server, generally because of some sort of infinite loop or anything of the sort like that, or something happening per frame that shouldn't happen, and all of a sudden now.
Like if you're getting the server frame rate to be like 1 FPS, then that is not alright, right? Like we have to actually sort that. So that is something that we will do a mid-league nerf to address. But ideally in such a way where it still leaves the build perfectly viable. It's just that it's no longer completely destroying what's going on.
The other things where it does nerf and has an impact is, of course, when there is simply something clearly not working intended. So like an example of that, which I won't try and pronounce, but the shield that increases effect of your socketed runes and soul cores, and that was just obviously applying to all of them, not the one socketed in itself. That is obviously a nerf. It was never meant to work that way. I don't think that really surprises anyone when that gets changed. It's very clearly not working as intended. So those two we're generally just going to pull the trigger on almost always. Right. We're still thinking like, okay, especially in the performance case, that's like blatantly our fault and there is economy there, and then obviously there are people who are going to lose their character builds because of it. Maybe, hopefully not. We try and obviously bring down the frequency or the infinite loop element or the per frame while also buffing the damage, and then we make a note of it or like reassess this later when there's a new economy, and we'll come back and reassess that. But often protecting the instances, protecting the server performance for other users, and obviously
add
fixing
golems
bugs are something we're going to do, and so that can have an impact. But just like at this point, preferably for all the other main nerfs where you're just blatantly nerfing someone's build or nerfing a build, we're trying to currently push that towards the economy / league reset kind of point. Yeah.
All right. It's a very extensive answer. I appreciate that. That's one of the things that makes this very fun for us to do. We ask a question, then we just lean back and let you guys do your thing. I love it. We are going to circle back to what you mentioned as well earlier, Mark. You said coming back to reassess a decision that's been made. And the topic we're going to open up is the two-step verification, security for accounts with certain things that's happened recently. So the real question that we come down to with everything that's going down is, I guess the first one is, was there a data breach at GGG?
Right.
And following that up with, are you going to reassess the decision of two-step verification?
All right. So this is unfortunately really sucks, and I was really hoping we'd get a post about this before we did this interview, but unfortunately we haven't quite finished assessing yet. So there has been a situation where someone got access to an admin account on our website.
Damn!
And we now understand how that happened. And we also understand, we don't fully understand the scope of everything that occurred here, but we're sort of in the process of like looking at logs and so on. And there was a few really shitty things that occurred here that I'm very unhappy about. So the first one, just to say this, is that the thing that happened here was actually kind of the same thing that happened a while ago when through a Steam, effectively a Steam account was compromised through Steam support. So effectively what happened is one of our administrator accounts had a Steam account associated with it. And this was a Steam account that the person who had it attached didn't really kind of know. I mean, obviously they could have checked, but like they didn't really consider the fact that this was like this old Steam account they don't even use anymore was attached to their admin account. And so effectively what happened was that got compromised through Steam support. So I don't know like all the details exactly what happens there, but effectively what happens is that like they are able to somehow provide like details that they managed to find on someone, like the last 4 digits of their credit card information or whatever, through that they get through some other kind of means, and then they provide enough information to Steam support where they're able to get Steam to change the credentials on the account, which happened without us noticing, because once again this was an account that this person doesn't log into, so there was no they didn't realize that this occurred. And then another thing. This was compounded by the fact, and this one was really, really crap, that whenever a customer support person makes a change to an account, there's like an audit log, right, of like all the actions, like the events that they've done. And this effectively means that like when we investigate, like, hey, what's happening with this account that got compromised? Like we obviously look at the events and see like, hey, was there anything, like what happened here, right? Did someone change a password? Was something going on with that? And there was actually a bug where the event for setting a new password on an account was incorrectly in the back end labeled as a note rather than like an audit event. And what that meant was that notes are things that like customer service can add to people's accounts and they can edit them and delete them. And so the password change thing being a note could be deleted by a customer service person accidentally rather than being permanently there in a way that no one could change. And so that effectively meant that what was happening is the person who managed to get an account, they were compromising the accounts by setting a random password, then deleting the note afterwards to say that had happened. And so when we would look at accounts, we just wouldn't see this. And so it was like really not obvious to us that what was going on there. So I don't have like full information yet about exactly the extent of everything that happened, but what I can tell you is that 66 notes were deleted. So that would imply that 66 accounts were compromised. Now, it does extend slightly back further than what our log history is. So I think there's like, so we only keep logs for 30 days. And that's like a whole, privacy rules around that stuff means that that's your log retention. Now, there were 5 days before that where the account was compromised, but this is all pre-launch of
thing that's bad.
So effectively, there were the 5 days back in November when we don't have logs for, and then after that point, there were 66 accounts that were that had notes deleted. Now, the reason why I am using that phraseology here is because the things were deleted from the frickin' event stream, like, we literally don't know what happened here. Like, the only thing I've got to go by is the web server logs, which don't actually record, like, you know, all the data that's sent in a web request. It's just like the address of the page they went to, right? So effectively we can see like basic information, but because the thing itself that they were doing involved deleting the frickin' records of the fact that they were doing it, meant that, like, you know, yes, it's unfortunately very difficult for us to track down full information about this. Now, we are going to be posting a post with like all the information that we can possibly gather, that we're sort of still gathering. And we were obviously initially...
Rotten Gamer, I'm sure there's going to be lots of people covering this.
Something like that was going on, like because we had no idea initially, right? So we're kind of like, oh shit, you know, what the hell's going on here? But now that we've understood that the vector was via a Steam account like that, it kind of means that like effectively what they had access to was the same stuff that customer service had access to, and all of that stuff is logged except this one thing that was not like logged due to this other thing. And then since then we've also added a bunch of extra security stuff that honestly should have already been in place around this to sort this out. So all of that is to say that like, yeah, we totally fucked up here with like security stuff on this account. Like, we're certainly not going to have any Steam accounts linked to, like, we're going to audit and make sure that there's no Steam accounts linked to any customer service admin accounts any longer. Like, that certainly needs to not happen if there's going to be this kind of attack vector. As well as we've added a few other measures that, you know, to just make sure that this sort of shit doesn't happen again. Yeah, all of that really sucks, and especially because, like, as I said, just due to the fact that the stuff about it is deleted, we can't like easily find out what even freaking happened. So there's going to be more investigation and working.
But what about minion body blocking? You know,
occurred.
So just to quickly, for the people that are going to give it like a quick recap, this was a social engineering breach. This was not like a server-side data breach of an admin account. And this is a one-off, one account. It's now a closed case scenario. The viewers do not have to do anything on their side to worry about their information.
So the moment that we realized that something had gone wrong, we just immediately reset all the passwords on all the admin accounts and deleted all the sessions just to make sure that everything was kosher. So from that moment on, there was no more like accounts getting compromised or anything like that.
Sure.
And then now it's just been a matter of us like doing a bunch of log analysis, and it's actually quite like. Because the only way we've got it is the web logs, and it's taking a while just to process all the stuff, and there's obviously a lot of human investigation. Like, we just haven't yet been able to prepare a full report about it, but we are going to be posting one hopefully in the next day or two that has all of the stuff about that. But yeah, that was just really crappy. So then going back to the actual question about two-factor authentication, I mean, in this particular case, it wouldn't have actually helped because it was compromised through our frickin' support interface, right? Except for that, probably it would have helped in the sense that if we had added if there was two-factor auth, presumably the bug about where it didn't get logged when someone changed it wouldn't have applied to that because, you know, it's a new thing that they wouldn't have had the same bug for. So I suppose it would have helped in that sense. But yeah, like, that's the thing with that. So then talking about two-factor auth. So first of all, I'm like completely not against two-factor auth in any regard. The only issue with it is that it's easy to implement two-factor auth. What is hard to implement is all the policy around how to recover when people inevitably lose their second factor. And so that's the kind of tricky part to actually deal with. And so like, it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, we will do it, but like we're just not quite prepared yet to be able to do it with all the customer support stuff we would have to do. And like, and it's kind of one of those annoyingly deep holes of like, okay, so like, someone loses their password, what do you do to verify it? Like, you know, the two-factor auth thing, what do you do to verify this? And it's like, okay, so now you start to have to worry about like what personal information can they give you, and then now it's like storing personal information, and then like what's the GDPR implications of that? And like there's just like, it's just like a whole rabbit hole of just like random policy stuff that all kind of like comes around to that stuff. Yeah, effectively, what I will tell you is that we're immediately going to add two-factor auth to all of our support accounts, so you can bet on that. And that is not a problem. That is not a problem for us to do there, because the policy around that is like, well, you just like walk in person to the frickin' you know, guy. If you lose it, then you can you can physically deal with that, right? That one is how we sort it out. But as I said, we will get to it, and it is a serious thing. We definitely want to have this. It's just a question of just getting it done, really, like all the policy stuff around it and all of the like. Yeah, just as I said, it's all support nightmare around how to deal with it.
Well, I appreciate the extremely vocal transparency about what's going on. I'm sure lots of people here watching appreciate that as well, and we won't grill you about it or anything. So Appreciate that information. We'll move on here to a little bit more fun topic, which is upcoming content for the game. So we've been asked, one of the most common questions we've had here is things like roadmap for cadence of releases. You know, you guys originally stated 6 to 12 months for full release, which begs the question, how many leagues between? There's 6 classes. So if it's 6 months, it's 1 class a month. You know where I'm going with this. So, can we expect any information in terms of the cadence of releases, upcoming things like weapons, classes, skill gems, etc.?
Right. So the cadence we want to hit is sort of something similar to the kind of league cadence that we've done before for PoE 1. So I think that it works. Things work the best when you've kind of got like releases that are fairly large that like have a significant amount of stuff in them to actually bring people back and play and so on. So you can kind of expect a similar thing like that. For the actual like what is going to be in each release, obviously I'm not going to talk about that because we'll save that for the live stream and all that sort of stuff. But effectively, I mean that's kind of what you can expect. That being said, there's also a thing where like so we want to be able to do the balance patch addressing the balance issues that we've talked about as soon as we can. But in order to do a patch like that, you need to have enough content in it to be able to make sure that people actually come back and play it and like that sort of thing as well. Like you need to be able to make enough changes and like add enough content that it's actually exciting. So we're going to work towards getting a like a PoE 2 sort of new league with new content in it basically as soon as we possibly can. So we're like I can't exactly say a date or anything, but like we're gonna rush for it, right? Like we're gonna really try and do it because we want to get to that point of stability of the balance that we're sort of happier with as soon as we can as well. So as I said, not going to say a date, but basically just. Look, we work reasonably fast. We're going to try and get it out as quick as we can. Hopefully we get that relatively soon for you guys.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume that the new acts is going to be involved in this. But I guess a little extra question to that when we talk about Act 4, 5, 6. Is the plans to add like one act, or are you guys?
Yeah. So this is honestly one of the freaking hardest questions ever, right? Like this is actually something that we've discussed back and forth so many times because. Like, if you're talking about it from a pure storyline perspective and like kind of what makes sense, like so
better than Ellie timing.
Imagine we release one act, right? It's like how does it fit exactly into having the leveling? Like, do you go like 1, 2, 3, 4 and then like 1, 2 again? Like that'd be kind of weird. Or like 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, or like. Do you have Act 4? You can also play Act 1 or Act 4, or like like it's kind of just weird, right? And like. So, like, from that perspective, it's like, oh, we should do them all at once, like, at some point. But then on the other hand, we're like, okay, if we don't release the acts one at a time, then that kind of means, like, all the content from that we're sort of busy having to work on, we still have to have good releases, right? And so that means we have to have, like, more stuff in what we do release if it doesn't contain an act. So there's kind of this, like, complicated, like, puzzle around this. And it's like, and what we kind of thought, like... There are issues around this, but effectively we're like, okay, well, we're going to have to make Act 4. We have to be making Act 4 in the background right now anyway, right? So we don't technically have to decide what we're doing about this, like, right now. So, like, that's sort of happening anyway. So I guess that is to say that, like, there's still a lot of argument about this fact. And it's honestly such a hard one because I don't think there's a really great answer. Like releasing the acts one at a time would make the making content so much easier because we get to immediately utilize all the stuff from that act to like make other content. Like it'll be so much, and like also it just immediately makes a release feel really big, right? So like that would be something that we could do, and it also would be good for our studio because like there's this phenomenon that always happens where like. You say, okay, this is when we're making this thing, but if people are not actually going to play it, then like people have a different definition of finished from like, oh, people are actually going to play this versus like it just has to be ready internally, So like for just a production perspective, like I feel like the game will get made faster if we do release the acts, just because it forces us to actually release them and like forces everyone to get it into a really playable state. But on the other hand, as I said, there's like all these kind of like practical issues with it. So
damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh?
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a tough one. So I mean, I guess the answer to that is still to come, and we just need to work out what we feel about this one way or the other. So I guess you'll see when we do our next announcement what we've kind of come up with. But as I said, in the meantime, it's not like we don't have to just make Act 4 anyway right now in the background. So that's they're continuing to do that as well as all the people on the more sort of balancey side of things working on balance, which will get shipped much earlier. Yeah.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic to make sure we actually cover these questions. We have a long list.
Sure.
So we're going to talk about a can of worms called State of Magic Find. Now, the perception has been one thing. And I mean, shout out to Slippery Jim for the absolute insanity that he goes through. which is kind of showing that it's fine. So, what do you guys think about Magic Find?
Here we go.
This is a very tricky question. Now, what I will say to start with is that like the way the Magic Find formula works in PoE 2 is literally identical to how it was in PoE 1 as far as diminishing returns and everything is concerned. The difference is just down to what rarity is giving you as opposed to what it was giving you in PoE 1. Our argument for why Magic Find should be fine in PoE 2 is effectively like, we're not doing what happened in PoE 1 where you got like all these quantity mods and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's effectively the Magic Find in PoE 2 is what PoE 1 had back when PoE 1 was first released, right? Where it was kind of like, and it kind of was fine then, so the argument was, well, why shouldn't it not be fine now? I guess there's another, compounding with this, there's another contingent of people who would say that like anything at all that affects item drops should just not be a thing at all. And which is like a position you can take, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with that position, but it's another position you can take. So I guess all of that really is to say that like I don't think there's anything about it that's not working as it's intended to work, and ultimately the purpose of something like Magic Find is to kind of give you another axis of build design beyond just like doing the most DPS, which like that's kind of its ultimate goal. So but I mean that's kind of where it's at really. There's definitely more to look into here though. I don't know if you've got a different opinion.
Not really. I was just thinking the main difference between, say, PoE 1 was you fully saturate into every single item being a unique item.
That's the difference.
Whereas in PoE 2, you saturate into higher tier rares. You actually cannot fully saturate into unique items. It is impossible. So yeah, it certainly holds different value. I don't know how. But then again, I suspect a lot of the audience who are finding Magic Find to be a problem would find it a problem in both games, which, again, completely fair perspective to take. I don't know. There's a little bit more to look into here for sure. Like, we come back from holiday and we're like, all right, let's fix everything we can in a week. There's this list of like 100 things, and we pick what we think is the most impactful 10. And so, there's a lot of these things that are just outlying on a list for us to really actually look into and investigate more and see, what part of it people are liking and not liking. Because
Magic Find, no change.
The great service. There'll be a lot of people who just disagree with that. He says it's fine. There'll be a lot of people who disagree with him as well. So we just need to look into this a bit more, honestly, to get a better conclusion. But personally speaking, I don't think it's a problem currently. But I might change my mind as well upon reading all of this and looking into it more. So
there you go.
We'll see how it goes.
So a follow-up.
I don't know if you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue.
No, you go for it.
Sure. So a follow-up to this is, okay, so the state of Magic Find is a question. Specifically, do you have a belief on how you believe it's influenced the economy? I'm seeing a lot of comments sometimes when I'm live, people like Magic Find's the reason, inflation's the thing, etc. So what is your guys' belief in terms of how much Magic Find is actually making an impact in the current economy?
Actually, there's another difference from PoE 1, actually, of course, is that Magic Find now increases the tiers of currency you find.
Yes.
Which,
which is terrible.
I don't honestly think that we have an informed enough opinion on this topic, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's been our primary concern like this week because of the fact that like there's other things that we think, like we really wanted to make sure that the actual play experience is prioritized as the main thing. Like that's the kind of, our focus right now, which I mean, obviously this affects it, but it's kind of like something where like it's a slightly longer term concern. So it's something we need to definitely investigate more. But yeah, it was really like that map playability and like making sure that, because like, I mean, when people are dying to things that they think are bullshit and stuff like that, that's kind of like something that we were more concerned about. So that's, I would say we need to definitely do more. We need to form an opinion about this before we can say more about it, I think.
How about I phrase a question like this then? In PoE 1, item quantity was removed, which affected currency. In PoE 2, you now bake that into
I see what you mean. Yep, that's a very good point.
What is the reasoning for reintroducing quantity that you made a decision to remove in PoE 1?
I don't think that we looked at that as reintroducing quantity, but you are correct that it does increase the quantity. Well, okay, it's not that it increases the quantity of currency; it increases the type, the tier of the currency you get, which
look at
that as quantity because like you don't care about like whatever transmutes are dropping. You only care about the higher ones, and so as far as you're concerned, that is quantity. So I would say we just didn't really look at that as quantity, but you're not wrong about that, right? That is true.
Well, it's certainly going to be a problem if it is perceived as that having enough rarity is the only way to thus have enough currency to say roll your maps effectively and also have enough to spend on gear and whatnot. Like that's certainly a problem. In which case some adjustments probably likely do need to be made. But again, we're just speculating now. We need to look into this a heck of a lot more in order to get an actual informed decision there.
That's fair. I do have one last follow-up on it, and it's a discussion we had 4 or 5 years ago with Chris Wilson, and the topic was actually about currency drop as well. And the comment was that the numbers were fine on GGG's side. The numbers looks fine. It is accurate. You are dropping more currency than ever. But the numbers didn't matter when the perception in the community is the direct opposite. So how do you think about tackling that specific conversation when the perception is completely opposite to what's seemingly the reality of things, right?
So are you saying that the community perception is that currency doesn't drop enough?
It's the perception is that rarity is a mandatory stat.
Oh, sure. No, yeah, well, absolutely, right? Like, look, if the community feels that way, we should absolutely look into it and do more about it, right? Like, but bear in mind that, yeah, I sort of often say, you know, like when the community has a problem, this is an invitation for us to understand the problem and then for us to address it in the way we want to address it. And that way isn't necessarily exactly what the community is saying, but it's just effectively like, I do want to keep doing things until the community is no longer unhappy about it. But that may not necessarily look exactly like in the form that they're expecting, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we have to look more into this. That's absolutely the case, right? And we can tell that because of the fact that people are unhappy. So yeah, we will look into more into it.
So speaking of unhappy, we're going to get into state of melee / maces is the next portion of the questions here. So let's talk about warrior and maces. What are your guys' feelings currently on the state of maces? How do you want mace skills in particular to function in Path of Exile 2? Obviously, they're very long cast times. Movement of mobs can be very quick. You can get stunned, interrupted. On the tree as well, there's many nodes that literally reduce like attack speed in order to gain other things. So more or less, warriors in a position where a lot of the people feel like it's clunky, too slow for the current in-game play loop, or warrior feels like maybe the first class designed when the vision of PoE 2 was fairly slow. So what is your guys' response as to the state of mace skills, and where would you like to take it?
Well, our first question I would have for you is, do you think it's a problem during campaign or only in endgame?
I would say it is more specifically a problem in an exponential ramping as you continue the game until you hit a point where there's pinnacle bosses, and then you can kind of one-shot pinnacle bosses with some of the setups currently. So there's a mid portion of the middle to later in-game in which it feels like a problem, specifically because you have things like volatiles that actually track you, and if you stay in position, you're heavily punished. So it seems counterintuitive to the design of some of the mobs.
I do think that there is a problem in in-game here. I'm not exactly sure what we need to do about it yet, though. I'm glad to hear you say that it's an in-game issue and not a campaign issue, because I have to say that my experience playing Warrior through campaign is actually that it's fine. But I did hear a bunch of people talking about that as if that was not fine, and I think that it is. Like, I think, or at least I can't reproduce the issue during campaign if that's the case. So really, it is more of an in-game issue.
DM
I don't know that I've got a solution for you right
Warrior.
now, but yeah, like it's. We do need to, like, once again, it's one of those more subtle things that we need to look into, and I suspect that the big balance patch will be looking at that a lot more. There is something about the warrior that doesn't scale in the same way that some of the other classes do, I believe. But that we sort of need to understand what the other classes end up looking like as well a little bit to understand that as well. But yeah, I don't know if you've got any more different opinions about that.
Well, I mean, the attack speed is a big part of it, right? You obviously have, that is a multiplicative axis that every other cast speed or attack speed is a multiplicative axis every other, or I guess comet trigger speed, that every other class is getting, and the warrior has a deficiency in that. And even if you were to get it, yes, obviously there's the fixed attack times which don't scale. It's probably a combination of those are too punishing, or there's too much of them, and there's not enough attack speed available. It'll be somewhere in that region for sure where we have to make some adjustments, and it probably won't even be that drastic to get it to feel right. And of course, like, it is easy to compare it to, especially, I know you said more like late mid to mid end game thing, but like when you look at the like top end, it's very easy to compare it to the absolute insanity that is, like, you know, Pillar of the Cage God with Hoa and all of that, which is just ridiculous right now. It's very easy to compare it to that and be like, well, Warrior will never be viable. But there are also a lot of quite good end game warriors that are certainly being played, and You know, I don't want to certainly make it seem like it's completely useless. And I mean people using maces, not just people who are doing it for the ascendancies.
Karn's a notable example. He's like level 99 in SSF, but he's having to use the Herald of Ice tech, which is very highly speculative to be nerfed, right, in order to make it feel good. So while I would agree there's people that are doing it, I would also argue there are people that are doing it as a masochist in order to be like, I'm a warrior guy and I'm going to do it regardless.
There are also others, maybe not that advanced and not that far up in terms of her level. But yeah, sure, understood. Like, it's certainly on the weaker end at the end game, like, without question. That being said, I don't think it will take too much to get it there. But yeah, again, it's part of this massive balance, you know, recalibration we didn't need to do now that we've seen the state of everything.
Right.
Warrior or mace skills are certainly on the ones where you're going to do a lot more bringing up than you're going to do bringing down. You know, aside from things like you know the Hammer of the Gods, just in one shot with bleed and then the boss is dead and you don't do anything, right? You get those anomalies out there where it's like, yeah, they're going to die in one shot no matter what. You know, things like that aren't going to be buffed necessarily, but
fair enough.
There is more to buff in the mace spectrum than there is in most of the other things, I'd say, yes.
So that answers the offensive spectrum for the warrior. Now let's talk about the defensive. And one of the things in the reveal video was armor, for instance, is getting fixed and or buffed, I should say, and we'll talk about that in a moment.
I wouldn't. One of the reasons we didn't dwell on that too much is because I wouldn't want people to think that that's more of a change than it is. Like, we are doing a bit of a buff to armor, but it's not like the hugest deal. I think there is more we have to do. Like, there's more complicated stuff we have to do with armor, I think, to make it more interesting. But there's a lot of arguments about this. One, because it is like, yeah, I'll just say that. There's a lot of arguments about like how exactly this should be addressed. One concern that we have, which is probably totally out of left field as far as what the players would say, is that we don't think that there's enough of a difference between the big hit and the small hit. There's a number in the formula that is different in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2. That results in the armor being the difference between a small hit and a big hit in PoE 2 and PoE 1. It matters more in PoE 1. But in addition to that, so we actually think that PoE 2 might be wrong in this regard, and we need to change it. But in addition to that, there's also a thing that's happened where like white monsters can hit harder in PoE 1 and PoE 2 than they did in PoE 1, and that means that the thing that armor is supposed to like, because like part of the intention with armor is it's like, okay, like when you're talking about like big boss hits, like it has less of an effect than what it would have off like a bunch of small hits. But sometimes the small hits from a white mob are not even that different from what a boss hits you with, and so this is actually meaning that the sort of the idea of armor being based on the damage hit is kind of got like a few issues that we have to deal with. So I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on this particular topic, but it is like something that we have to sort of worry about a little bit.
Yeah. It's again one of these things I do need. I mean, I hate coming in here so unequipped, but again, it's just the timing with the holiday and all that, with all these things where it's like have to look into. But that is the nature of it. I mean, especially once there's an actual released product, it's like a good, 50% of our time goes into having to investigate and look into live operations problems like this.
So we are buffing a little bit of armor a little bit in this patch for like to because there are some issues there. But honestly, the full solution for armor is going to have to be more complicated, and we're going to have to sort of work out some stuff around it. It's there's definitely something that I think there was another thing as well, is that like the other defenses tend to have like extra mechanics that are easier to access than what armor has. Which is another sort of side thing, which is like not entirely obvious when you're designing it initially. So it might be that there's more like supplementary things that the armor, like that strength characters effectively need to have around defense. And so like stuff like that can kind of matter a lot. So
like Wind Dancer's universally just better than Scavenge Plating as an example, if those are meant to be paired. One is just like you have it, and the other is I have to armor break, and then on bosses it's much harder to sustain. So we've made changes there, of course. We did buff the armor. I'd say it's obviously hard because of the big hit, small hit, but it's probably in the like 15% more effective kind of region. Our changes in 011. And then a lot of it is also like, okay, if you consider that evasion also applies to damage mitigation from Invoker. You got a lot of things going on with acrobatics, which turns evasion into arguably, it penalizes your evasion, but like it then kind of gives you almost as much PDR against certain hits as a lot of armor, and then you have a lot of very, very strong defensive, with Grim Feast and Energy Shield. And so, like, it's not only armor is weak, it's also that evasion and Energy Shield have some extreme strongs that are going on. Not to say, these are all going to be nerfed. I'm just saying there's some there's some meeting in the middle that we need to do for sure.
So they give you a feeling from, like, I played Warrior 90 first. That was the first thing I did, and I would enjoy Warrior as an archetype the most. Would you say it's a fair statement to say the Warrior and Mace skills and, sort of that side of the tree in particular is in a state where it has the worst of all of them? So it has the worst of the defenses and armor, it has the worst effective HP in terms of life, and it has basically the worst offensive capabilities as well. So you could see why I'm feedbacking so hard in relation to this archetype.
Man, that's a brutal savaging, but I suppose I can't necessarily disagree with any of those.
Damn.
Any of those assessments.
Fair enough. We can move on to the next topic then, unless you have other statements on
So
it.
it's the worst at everything.
You have shields.
Yeah. You are right that it effectively falls in that way. Yeah. Let's just sure.
Yep.
Okay. So moving forward here, we have charms. So I saw that there were some notable changes in relation to charms. I thought it was a great change to be able to see when they're actually being activated, as well as the charms that are there as well. So some clarity things in relation to charm. I don't know if I saw whether or not charms in particular are actually getting tweaked in terms of number side of things, or if it was just some transparency related to charms. But how do you guys feel about?
We're not tweaking numbers in this patch. However, there's definitely something not right about charms as far as like the usefulness goes and all that sort of stuff. Like we need to do something. I don't think we've decided what it is yet, but it's clear to us at this point. Like, so charms came in like super late, and I just don't think they're quite like working out as well as I'd hoped. Like they just need something else, but we don't quite know what that will be yet. But we did want to at least make, like, one of the issues they did have is like you couldn't even tell when they helped you. So that certainly wasn't helping the case for them. So we can at least fix that. But there probably does need to be more stuff done with them, I think. I think it comes down a little bit to like how much do ailments matter against the player, and that's sort of something that
there's a few other ones. Like there's the one that's like unaffected. The next time you get slowed, protect you from slows, and honestly, a lot of the debuffs applied by monsters haven't been correctly classified as slows. And so it doesn't even work against them, and like there's a little bit of things like that where
I wasn't
it's
aware
like,
of that one.
it's just kind of a bit bad. But yeah, there's a balance there of like, okay, most people have one slot, and then you got these mandatory mods to get more. But I don't
think you get enough charm slots. Just like I feel like you barely find belts with the extra slots, to be honest.
You never do.
I mean, we really just didn't finish. I mean, we increased the weightings. We've had patched that in since release. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what patch it was in, but
actually no idea when a term is working. Same
for sure. It's one of those things where it's not like ruining experience for players. At least it's like just an underwhelming thing that needs some love for sure. So it's not exactly number in the top 10 of the hit list, but like without a doubt, I would expect to see improvements around there in the future.
Following up on the charms there, any thoughts regarding adding more charm slots for uniques? It feels really hindering to equip a unique when it comes to the topic of charms.
So this is the whole, like, if you have a unique belt, you only have one always.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I also just want to add more slots outside of unique, so more on the tree and other ways to get them as well.
Sure.
So you don't necessarily have to, because like there's nothing. I think at the time we had it that like you couldn't have more than 3. Like internally it was implemented that way, and now it's like you could have 50 slots. Plus 1 slots, but you'd only have 3, obviously. So we can give away a lot more +1 now, and plus whatever we want all over the place. But yeah, I mean that is a way, yes, that some unique should have it, and probably more on the tree, more in other ways. I have to have a look at it, but yeah, there's no harm in it now, at least.
All right, we're gonna move over to another topic, which is speaking of belts and trading the unique belts, for example. State of crafting and future plans is also involved. So I'm going to start with crafting and future plans you have there, and then we're going to talk about trade. So the current state of crafting is very different from PoE 1. The perception, again, to go back on that in PoE 2, is that you're not actually crafting unless it's Rogpog crafting. You're actually just pulling the arm on the vendor machine, on the gambling machines. So what's the state here and future plans?
I don't know that there's a huge amount we can say about this right now. Unless you've got any particular thoughts that you think you can go into. I mean, like
Well,
one
there's
thing,
just-
of course, is that PoE 2 just has less crafting systems than PoE 1, just due to the fact that we add these typically with leagues and so on. So there's just less going on, which means that if you're like a PoE 1 player, then you're going to see less complexity there, for sure.
The
But I don't
game
think that's
really
exactly
doesn't
what you're
have
getting at, right?
crafting.
Like I guess there's some theory. I mean, effectively what you're saying is people want more determinism, right? Which is like a continuous, endless thing that like people.
There's a fine line there,
Yeah.
and we're on the certainly more on the slot machine side of that line, like without a doubt, obviously, right? And there's more we need to do, I would say, to get towards that line. But that's our line that we determine. Not that I know how to describe that, because there's plenty of people who are just going to be like make everything fully deterministic all the way.
Last epoch. Cha cha
I mean,
cha.
before we released, we had for a while a system that involved like deconstructing mods and then putting specific mods on items and so on. And like we just kind of like no one. Like with a system like that, we were never able to get it to the point where both people who played the game were happy and like we could be happy as far as like what it would let you do. And that.
To be clear, the crafting in PoE 2 is terrible. I mean, there basically isn't crafting.
That out, but we just kind of haven't really hit it yet. The socketables were kind of supposed to be the thing that was you had full control over. That's like determinism, and so that like.
Which has a lot of room to expand over time.
Sure.
Like,
So there's more stuff you can do there. But I guess because people see that as supplementary, they don't even necessarily see it as part of the crafting system, which is kind of interesting. Like it sort of replaced the crafting system in a way, but then, as I said, people don't really see it as part of it. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess the thing is we just have to find a way to do more things that make people feel like they have more control without actually sacrificing the without making it too easy to just get the best shit, which is obviously always the concern, like making sure that there's still enough room for there to be items that are significant, like that are better than other items. So I mean, that's kind of where we're at, I suppose.
The other thing, of course, being it is important that to make sure as we add more of this determinism or get towards that line, that we don't then just immediately devalue all item drops on the ground, right? Because that creates a different problem when now all of a sudden you don't really care about what you're finding, or you're only caring about normal items you're finding, or you create a different problem by doing that for sure.
And there is an argument certainly by people internally that PoE 1 got to the point of that being a problem, where you no longer cared so much about what was on the ground because crafting would always get you something better. Like that is a concern for sure. But yeah, I guess that's kind of just our overall, just like nebulous cloud of thoughts on this matter, without really getting into too many specifics, I suppose. I mean, I guess I don't know if you've got anything else to say about it.
Well, that being said,
but,
if we add more, we're adding something to Expedition, we don't know what it is necessarily, or what it will do to the thing, and then we're adding, what I would say, greater essences are too rare right now. And
I thought they took greater essences out of the game. Are they still in the game? I've only found one.
There's certainly room to expand on the Omen system to do more there. Of course, people would argue then they don't want that to be the core crafting system to be gated behind Ritual as opposed to Core Drop, which is then another consideration to make. And you get this cascading series of questions and stuff we need to answer, of which,
It is my opinion, having to have a certain Omen to craft is insanity.
The crafting is too slot machiney, is something we're listening to and we have seen, and it is, I'd say that is more towards our top 10 list of things to discuss and solve sooner than later.
Right.
I think that deterministic crafting is always something that's very sought after and popular, but I feel like I might be out of terms here, but my own personal perspective, I'll say that, is not the lack of deterministic crafting per se, it's lack of options to craft with. Because the slot machine crafting, we have that in PoE 1 as well. It's called Exalted, it's Divining, and whatever we're doing with the items.
Harvest.
It's not deterministic crafting. Yeah, exactly, Harvest. It's not deterministic crafting that's lacking. It is options to do something with the actual items. Because right now, you drop an item, and what you can do is annul it or exalt it, or you can pop some Chaos Orbs. And the meta crafts, which are, behind the Omens, that's a different topic, which we're going to tackle in a bit here. We talk about trading. But the crafting has less to do with deterministic approaches, but rather giving us options to work with on an item to make us actually craft it, even if that means, RNGing the next slam or something.
Right. And if that's the case, then more content will get you that, because
that will just that will solve itself over time.
Right. Because as we just add more stuff during early access, there's just going to be more and more of those kinds of.
Technically, it is
systems.
basically no.
But we'll make sure that, like, I say over time, it's not like there's something inevitable about it for sure. But because it is a bigger problem now, we would make sure that we try and ensure that as we're adding more content, it is leaning towards adding more options there and solving these problems that people have, as opposed to just like, I will do something cool and maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. So we'll have a lot more problem solving, designing, content created by more towards solving the problems, as opposed to, when you're at a point where you have so much content, a lot of the time you can be like, what are we going to do? Let's just make something cool and awesome. Whereas here it's going to be like, let's look at problems to solve and create content that comes from that. So there's like kind of two ways of coming up with the content, and certainly this is one that will be a problem that we're looking to try and solve by doing that, for sure.
That's fair. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but following up to the state of trading, I mean, obviously we have trading being in its state that it is, but there's the volatility problem of the market's economy being player-based. For now, we have a golden standard of trading divine orbs, which quite literally holds close to zero value in terms of actual player usage outside of a handful of specific unique items, and is representative of trade power in the community. And since there is no natural divine orb sink, which exalted orbs have, for example, they just continue going up, and the inflation is just rampant at this point.
So, I would have thought that if there was no divine orb sink, then the value of divines would go down rather than up. Like, presumably, if the value of divines is going up in other currency, then it's the other currency that there's too much of rather than the divines.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, they become the golden standard, and since no one's using them, we get a higher quantity of them. And the result of it is that now, since that is the item people are using, or the currency people are pricing their
What's a divine going for right now?
One rare, one light.
What is it going for?
With 10% movement speed now costs 50 divines, if I'm going to use some exaggerated examples.
Okay, so you're talking about the price in divines is going up as opposed to the price of
a divine is
the value of a divine is going
The
up. Okay,
item value, yeah.
When I stopped, divines were what, 120?
Well, I mean, there's nothing I can kind of initially go into with this other than just that, like, yeah, we just have to look at this and work out what we're going to use to sync these things more. The intention with divines is that you'd sync them into making, like, if there's enough, like, things where you want to reroll mod values on, which, like, is uniques ideally. Like, the implication of that is that there aren't the uniques that people are wanting to roll to get good values on, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason.
Some not enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't have enough unique items.
For sure.
We need a lot more. Which is another goal we have, of course. But I mean, so yes, there's not enough uniques, let alone enough uniques to be using divine orbs for an
and of course, the thing in POE 1 where things were priced and that currency can help, but we don't have anything quite like that, I suppose. I mean, look, if that's a problem, we'll just like find a way to sync them, I suppose. But ideally, if everything's working correctly, they'd be syncing themselves due to the fact that there's enough things you want to reroll values on, and like uniques that you want to reroll values on. I'm actually curious to know whether people are even really bothering with that. Like, are people actually bothering to reroll unique values?
I guess some, but not many.
Right, not many.
Not many.
Astromentis.
Yeah,
those are like the two main ones, I think. Like, no one's gonna pop a divine orb on a Ventur's gamble, so it's like. That's literally gambling. But like in POE 1, we have the option of metacrafting being a currency sync for divine orbs. Former exalted. So it creates this natural flow, but also provides this crafting method for people to actually.
Just got here. What have I missed? We'll recap it when it's over.
The state of crafting that people are looking for right now.
Since we're watching live.
And because of this type of inflation happening, they are so far away from most players that like. Even players that plays a lot, I haven't bothered myself. I played a lot with a subathon and everything. Like I haven't touched an omen because they're too pricey to use. Like it's a very select few players that even engages with them because of how priced they are, and that just separates a lot of crafting from even a larger player base.
One other point of this is it might tie into a previous discussion we had about Magic Find influencing the economy in relation to currency drops being upgraded. So I know that's one portion we talked about. You're going to look at previously too. So I think these two probably tie in together here.
I don't know that I've got anything particularly like smart to say about this right now, honestly. Though that would be the
Well, we
issue.
are at least making omens more common, so hopefully
Yes,
that
yes, that but I
helps
mean
to
that
some degree. But
yeah.
I think we then also need more uniques and a lot more uniques, obviously, and a lot more uniques that would have divine sinks. And then I suspect the answer also is additional sinks of currency. Because I mean, I suspect it's a bit of everything here.
Okay. So we'll move on here. We have a significant amount of questions left. So I'm gonna try to speed up the cadence of these a little bit here as we're about maybe halfway through, but well over halfway through the interview. So we're gonna talk a little bit about state of in-game and state of league mechanics here. So I'm specifically going to go into league mechanics first here. So some league mechanics, essences, strongbox, to name a few, feel a little bit like noob traps. So I was kind of hoping to hear where your guys' thoughts are in relation to some of the underutilized ones. We talked about Expedition already, so you don't necessarily have to go into it, as well as the state of Breach. Is Breach feels notably like the one people are enjoying the most? Do you feel like that one's overtuned? And the other one, I mean, I don't know anyone who actually does strong boxes, so where do you want those and essences in particular, especially when it comes to the how often essences are not really rolling greater essences. Like, you don't really see greater essences very often. I actually saw more in the campaign than I have in any of my in-game maps. So I'm curious about kind of league mechanics as it ties into in-game in particular.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just need to do a lot of balance here, and that's really all it is. And that once again just comes down to the relative lack of testing that in-game had before launch compared to other content. So yeah, there's just a lot of balance to do here.
It was meant to be more that essences, strong boxes, and like precursor artifacts are like the things you find that you can't anticipate coming. I understand you can spec into them, that is a thing, but it's meant to be more like a thing you find that you don't know is coming, whereas the I know we refer to them all as leagues, but like, let's say the ritual, expedition, etc., the ones you know are coming and that you're investing into. So you have these two categories where you have the ones you are adding and investing into, and then you have the other ones that are meant to be more exciting random finds. And it's safe to say, obviously, you know, there are so many essences that finding non-greater essences isn't giving you that dopamine, especially in in-game. And finding a strong box is like anti-dopamine right now, because it just makes you feel bad, because you're like, oh, either this, and you just want to run away. So, look, it's safe to say that those failed at achieving that goal, hence why we have to make some improvements to them for sure. But I want to make sure that there's those two layers of things, where one's the stuff you predict is coming, you can see the icons, you can apply them with the you know, there's the base types of the precursor tablets to apply, and then you have the things where it's like, I hope I find an essence, because it's like, I hope I get the good one that's worth, you know, way too many of those divine orbs. So yeah, having both layers is important. So yeah, and we'll continue to add ones at that upper level that get a tablet, and then we'll continue to add ones that are more at that random find excitement in the map that you don't know is coming. Because you don't want to put it all on one layer where you know everything that's coming necessarily, because then nothing is exciting. You can do exciting within that to some degree, but not always.
I mean, really it all is to say that like there are some of these that just aren't as good as the others, and we just have to improve them. But what I will say is that the breach monster density is probably a little on the high side. Like, it's actually to the point, by the way, where like we get a bunch of error messages in the logs for failing to spawn monsters in Breach, because they're packed so tightly together that they don't even spawn anymore. So there's actually like there's an issue there that we have to do something
like
about.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Like
So
actual hundreds of error logs of just like cannot fail to place monster due to lack of space.
Yeah. So yeah, like that there was a joke if we could release Breach monster reduce Breach monster density by 20%, and the players wouldn't even see it, because it would just result in less error messages for us. So, you know, like there are actually some stuff that needs to be sorted out there. But we don't want, like, okay, what I don't want is people to feel like, oh, we're just like nerfing that into the ground or something like that. We definitely don't want to do that. But some of the other league mechanics just need some addressing to make them, as you know, better. And yeah, they just need to be better. And yeah, it'll all just come down to us like experiencing them and seeing if they suck, we'll improve them. And like right now, I know that Strongbox has got the most improvement in this patch, and I know Essence has got like at least some adjustment to make them a little bit less crap. And and there's probably a few more adjustments
That's
we'll make
more
from
about
there.
the combat than the itemization. That's something we still need to look into.
Right. So there's just stuff like, we just need to improve all that stuff.
What's up,
Until it's
Bookie?
good, right? Simple as that, really.
Fair enough. How do you guys feel about the progression of players entering into mapping, going from map tier 1 to you're doing tier 16s, and then into pinnacle bossing? How do you feel like the pacing in there? They give you, one reason I bring it up is in PoE 1, we have like the quest invite version of boss fights that will happen at different iterations. So you probably know where I'm going with this.
So we're not really happy with how that is right now. Like, we're not happy with how the quest, the quests that effectively we give you are just like do X many of tier Y maps. And honestly, like, we can do a lot better. That's kind of a larger. It's something that I would have loved to be able to just solve instantly, but like it does need some more work. And I think there's a few different areas of this. So one of them is that like just the way the progression feels just isn't as good as PoE 1 in some way. That's kind of slightly hard to define. Like in terms of just like the feeling of like the progress you're making just isn't quite right. So I think we need to do more. Like, there might be some changes we have to make to how the Atlas works to make that better.
Certainly want some bosses between those points.
Yeah. Like, it just needs more of a
and
feeling
I don't mean
of
random ones. I mean like actual ones. Still along a series of objective-driven kind of narrative-involved things where you're getting your. It's still an end game, not pinnacle. Boss at tier 6 and maybe at tier 11, and they're the quest versions, and you're doing those, and then maybe there's Uber versions, and I'm just rambling.
There just needs to be more going on with regard to how that progression feels. So that's one element. So the next one is that the tutorialization of the end game is not really there. Like, we need to do more around this so that like it actually sort of eases you into end game a little bit better. As far as like if you're a new player, like we kind of just throw you in the deep. Like, we fixed a lot of things about the introduction to the game through the campaign, but then you get to endgame and it's kind of like we don't really do enough to kind of really ease you in there, I would say. And then I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was now. There was something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. And it sort of ties in a little bit to what I was. This kind of was covered a little bit with what Mark was saying just a second ago. But like the way that you progress through the tiers, like you can go through the tiers too quickly, and then you kind of get left behind with like what rewards you should be getting. And like in order for us to fix that, we kind of need to make each tier more meaningful with regard to what you have to do there and what's going on. So there'll probably just be more there at endgame just to kind of make it feel like more of a progression and more of a and that can include more storyline elements and more things like that. There just needs to be more basically just there to make that progression feel better. The game does take a bit of a turn suddenly when you get to endgame of like it doesn't really feel like it really does feel very different from campaign to endgame. And as I said, it's just a matter of sort of easing that transition, making that a little bit better and smoothing out that more for sure.
I want to hone into 2 points here. Because you talk about it feels like a different game, sort of a different sense of progression at least. We have to go from campaign into action. This is a question we're going to ask later, but it seems a good time to ask it now. Is that intended, and do you like that as a design principle? Because I've seen people say that they really like the campaign, and me myself, I like the difference, but I've seen people state that they really enjoy the campaign pacing, then they get to maps and they feel like it starts blasting, it's almost a different game at that point. So I think the audience would love to know how you feel about that difference.
You do actually, you do need to get to the point at some point where you feel incredibly powerful. However, I would say that there is like a bit of a switch flip right now that's kind of not quite right. Like there's definitely something that ain't right going on there.
Well, there's two. There is the character power side. I mean, a lot of people are getting to endgame. Excuse me. A lot of people are getting to endgame and they aren't just becoming gods all of a sudden, right? A lot of people are struggling and falling off and can't sustain maps and are dying. And, it's not like you get to endgame and all of a sudden you're ultra powerful. But a lot of people are getting to endgame and then are just lost as to what to do, right? Like a lot of players really like to be told exactly, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's what you do, here's your next objective, here's the thing to look forward to. And something just like complete 10 tier 1 maps is not a fun objective, right? That's just like, okay, sure, I'll do that. Where we could do that a lot better, right? Go to this place, travel here, do this exact thing, discover this, do a tower, run this breach, all these things. We can have obviously way better objectives and ones that we could still design. And you're getting your passive points for each, and you're like, okay, the next thing it wants me to do is this exact thing, not just, I've completed my 10, now it just wants me to complete tier 2 maps. I see. I'll just keep going. Sure. So there's no like, whereas the campaign's very story is like, go kill this boss, get here, and you got NPCs talking to you and everything. And then all of a sudden it's just, now I'm killing stuff, ticking up this ticker. And, a lot of people probably aren't really getting into based on the tutorialization. They're not really getting into the towers, the tablets, all of that stuff. And then they're just also possibly finding it a bit too hard and they're dying. And so, it's not, is friendly to the people who, especially non-PoE 1 players. It's not as friendly to them as we would want it to be at all. That being said, like, obviously, there is also the capacity at that point to just be like, all right, I'm going to change my build to do this or go do this, and now I'm just, like, obliterating everything everywhere. And you don't have all those, like, story events breaking up your flow of gameplay. It's just, like, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, map, kill everything, which people love. But, yes, for those who know how to do that, that happens too soon. And for those who don't know how to do it, they're, like, getting stuck in a hole and finding themselves very lost. So, yeah, 2 sets of improvements. The people that are going to obliterate everything, they're going to have their fun no matter what. They'll get there a bit later, sure, if that's how you want to think about it. But it's way more important to not just have that, like, very much narrative-driven change in pace where all of a sudden it's just like, and it's gone. And now you're just doing, you know, kind of random stuff. You know, what am I supposed to do next kind of thing? And, yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot going wrong there. More content would do it, more time on it, more quests, more, you know. But again, PoE 1 had a lot of this stuff, and it had so many different axes. If you didn't like one thing, you could do another. If you didn't like that, you could do another, and you could do certain things earlier or later. And we just need to get to that point where there's just more better, without overcomplicating everything.
So my last follow-up to this in-game topic, and I'll send over the guys to continue the conversation elsewhere. So you mentioned that there's a little bit of a separation from what I'm hearing about people that, like, know how the blast, like, they're going to go anyway, right? They're going to crush through and destroy it. Then you have the people that are, like, kind of learning the game, getting into the end game, that might, like, get stuck and lost. How do you feel about the, you know, one Portal? Then now that the game has been out of the wild, does the one Portal feel like it's widening that gap and punishing players who maybe are learning the game too much? But it's the people who are going to blast regardless. It doesn't matter because they're not going to be dying consistently in maps. So how do you feel about one Portal state of mapping currently, as well as XP loss still being fairly significant, even though in the previous interview was stated that you don't feel like you need to have the XP loss as much, considering you do have that one Portal defense. Right. We're in a state where we currently have both of them.
So first of all, we did discuss quite a lot about whether or not we want to go back on one Portal or not, and I think that it comes down to the fact that I think that it just would really not feel the same if like the whole death actually mattering thing. I think is actually important. Like I think we sort of decided, like, because we discussed because we were talking about the Pinnacle boss thing. Obviously, the discussion came up of, like, okay, should we just be allowing 6 portals everywhere? Should we be allowing checkpoints everywhere? And I think we ultimately decided, like, we really don't want to go that way if possible. So we're going to try, like, and that's kind of where we came to, like, well, first we'll try with this Pinnacle stuff. We'll, like, make sure that that's, like, something, because, you know, that's actually something we've got, like, true economic value that you need to actually preserve. And so it matters a lot more, and, like, the amount of time it takes you to get there and everything that matters. But I think if, like, then to me, I feel like to be a game, you have to have some level of failure being possible. And the 6 portal thing, like, to me, it just never really led to a situation where you felt like you really could fail in the same way. So yeah, I'm not really a fan. I much prefer the whole, like, one death thing. As for XP penalty, part of the thinking around that is that, like, it's kind of keeping you in the place where you're supposed to be, as far as, like, you know, if you're dying all the time, then you're probably not ready to keep going up the power curve. But I mean, maybe that's, like, the wrong way to look at it. I'm not sure. I don't know if you've got any different thoughts about this.
If you're dying, right now there's too many penalty axes. So if you are dying all the time, you're not going to get maps, and thus you're not going to go anywhere. And you also, it's kind of like an add insult to injury. You're also now just not leveling. So
but you do have to have it. So
I agree. I think there's a few axes, and I think they're just a bit too severe when all combined together. Combined with, I also think that the very start of maps is just too difficult. Like, I think we should ease into that a little bit. So bring that down a bit and then ramp the difficulty up. Well, I mean, we could hit the same spot, but I think it's just a little bit, and I think that's mostly due to the number of rare monsters and the, obviously, monster combinations. Because you can kind of avoid bosses, and, like, I don't mind. I think that's a little bit of a different situation, but you get all these monsters you haven't seen in ages, and they all combine together, and so you have to kind of, like, generally when you go into those areas, you learn what the monsters are doing and how they're combining, and then you maybe...
Just so we're all on the same page, when it comes to death, PoE 2 is double whatever the next hardest game is. Just as far as, like, death, what you lose, and the penalty for it. It's brutal.
And you're like, well, I can't take the learnings of that previous map and apply it to this next map because it's a whole different set of monsters. So there's nothing to really take from one map to another, aside from just like maybe playing a bit more carefully, or like, you know, not being so overzealous and whatnot. So it's just a little bit difficult there, and I suspect we need to bring down the difficulty a little bit and ease people into it a bit more. But I need to think about it certainly a lot more and actually get a little bit more analytics on it as well, and actually see what the actual problems are. And again, I read a lot more feedback, honestly.
Sure.
It would be nice if there was a way to deal with the fact that, so I mean, like, okay, the penalty for not clearing a map, we remove the extra content from the map, and it would be nice if you could just spend another map and still be able to do that content. But unfortunately, that isn't possible. Like, so for example, you know, if you failed on the boss, then you just spend another map and then you can fight the boss again and do that whole thing, right? Like, that would be nice if that was the case. But unfortunately, we can't do that because it would open up too many economic abuse things where, like, you fail the map intentionally because you want to farm the items to the rest of the area. So it's very difficult for us to come up with a solution, like, because I really would prefer that, honestly. It'd be nice if we were able to come up with a solution that would allow you to redo content by spending an extra map without having to, like, have all the problems that being able to rerun a single map would actually cause. So yeah, like, I sort of wish I could come up with a thing for that.
I personally want to keep the one portal and adjust the other axes and see how that plays out before compromising on the one portal. But yeah, it's a bit tricky. It certainly is the case. We have discussed this so many times. Like, it's come up, and before we released it, it's like people are going to definitely complain about this, and we're like, we know, and we haven't found the solution.
It's a common question. Had to ask. Yeah, I understand.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now there's a lot more people. Well, now there's a lot more feedback and a lot more people. It's much easier for us to get the specifics on how we could get it right. Like, for sure. Not to say it's now trivial to do. It's still hard. But there's a lot more information there for us to be able to, you know, take less of a shot in the dark, so to speak. So I would expect some changes.
We'll have to wait and see. So we're cutting it a little bit tighter because we have a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to speed run as much as we can, because there is a section that I care very much about. It's minions. So let's get there, okay?
Here we go.
Let's just dive into it. And we're going to talk about ailments, damage with time effects. We're talking about ignite. We're talking about dots like poison, for example. So the question is, what's your feelings around it on a hit, as it scales on hit, opposed to its dot scaling, which we have a bit different scaling in PoE 1, because now it's based off the actual hit you're doing, which was taken away from PoE 1. So what's the reasoning behind this, and what's your thoughts on it?
Now that one.
Well, I can't remember the history of PoE 1 too much, but I understand the difference. I mean, I personally prefer that the heavier the hit, the more the dot. The issue we run into is, of course, then you just get... It's either balanced around the extremely hard heavy hitters, and everything else can't really scale them currently. And then you get into the thing, or you go down the PoE 1 route where it's a bunch of skills have ailment penalties and a bunch of them don't, and that more normalizes it so you can play any skill to do the dots. I would say I prefer the asymmetry where it's like, here are the skills that are generally better. The problem is, I'd say that's, you know, again, I mentioned the bleed Hammer of the Gods thing earlier, where it's just now the bleed one-shots the monster, and, you know, you get into that kind of situation. So there's a whole bunch of balance here to get right, but I don't want it to just be like, well, implicitly, I don't want it to be like you can play any build and bleed. You should have to have some combinations, and there's more mechanics and more things we need to add, or more unique items and all of that stuff.
Specifically,
it's tricky because, generally speaking, when we're doing first pass balance things, I really like to avoid... I like the bumpiness where we've got, like, different skills being better at different things. And I really don't like it when we end up in a situation... Like, for example, in... You know, you've got the whole, like, damage effectiveness on spells in PoE 1, and it's like, this is a thing you do to solve a balance problem. Like, this is unrelated to ailments, but, like, I'm saying it's just another example of one of those things where you're like, oh, I've got this problem where these skills are sort of all out of line with each other, and so we have to do this, like, sledgehammer to it. We're like, okay, we're going to go and we're going to normalize everything. And I kind of hate that type of thing, and I really try to avoid it wherever we can. And it's kind of one of those annoying things where as games get, like, as you do more and more of this balance
Here
stuff,
we
you kind of end
go.
up with more of these kind of normalization
Like
procedures
Ignite.
that go on. And so it's nice if we can find ways to avoid it if we can. And that's kind of why I like to try and pitch everything. Like, we started with in PoE 2 with a lot of things having, like, going back on a lot of those sort of normalization procedures we did from PoE 1. And ideally, we would be able to find different solutions that don't involve having to do that. You know, yeah, it's one of those things that I worry we might still having to do some of that stuff in order to fix problems. But ideally, we can avoid it, and that's kind of why we went back on some of those normalization procedures for PoE 2.
So one point, just real quick here about bleeding in particular, because you're talking about bleeding. Since you can't bleed on energy shield, bleeding style element builds are basically disabled against energy shield types of mobs. So feelings on that? Is that something that's just like, well, that's as intended?
Can't bleed on energy shield.
If you're running like unless you're breaking the energy shield, your hit's not going to apply bleed on energy shield, for instance.
I thought that
I don't think that's even true.
the thing
not?
with bleed was it's supposed to bypass energy shield.
It does,
Yeah,
but you can only apply a bleed if the hit deals damage to the life pool. So if you're playing CI, you're essentially immune to poison, care, and bleed.
I will take your word for that, but if that is how that works,
It
that
wasn't
is
how it was
not
intended to
how
be
that
how it
is
was.
meant to work.
Yeah. It's supposed to be the...
I only say this because yesterday I heard someone upstairs talking about this and going like, people are just wrong. You can apply bleed to energy shield. Look, and then I was like, okay, but I'll confirm that after this. And look, if that is how that works, that is like
Bleed was actually supposed to be like an
Not supposed-
anti-mage mechanic, not a, like, you know, like as in like you could bleed someone past their energy
Dude,
shield.
this guy is
like, that was kind
you
of the
are
idea.
right,
there.
tough.
and I'm wrong,
Yeah.
then Quinn has thrown me under the bus because I asked that question from him. So
well, again,
We could easily be wrong. Like, it's amazing
it
how...
also could
yeah.
be that it has been changed internally and not yet externally. That is
Right.
another thing also. And like someone may have fixed this some 2 weeks ago and we never
Yeah.
got it live or something. Who knows? Like,
Yeah.
I'll look into it. It's not meant to work that way.
all right, moving forward here, we are on elements. And now we are into ascendancy swapping. It's the next
That was all the
topic.
minion
So we're kinda going back
questions?
to the conversations we've had previously in interviews where you guys
What?
were debating it and you wanted to see after the launch of the game, where do we stand?
Personally, I still like not being able to swap. I know no one will like that hot take. And there are plenty of other developers here, and I remember even pitching it, and I was like, "Is this your hill to die on? Is this what you believe?" But that being said, I still prefer that decision being ultra important, and I prefer that decision being locked in. But it's one of those ones that's really hard to rationalize why it's better one way or the other. To be honest. Like, it wouldn't be the end, like, that hard to actually convince me the otherwise, because it is not the hill I would die on, that's for damn sure.
I don't know.
So I don't know. It's like, I have my preference. I don't know why I have my preference that way. I guess I just like more decisions, especially about characters, to be a bit more final. But that being said, we have respeccing of everything else. I don't know. I don't really know where we're going to go with this one, aside from, like, sure, we'll reevaluate it and we'll see. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of developers that feel very strongly. And then we feel one way and we discuss it with those people and we kind of see where we land. But, like, we're not going to ignore, you know, the opinions and preferences of our team, either our design team and whatnot, you know, just to overrule it just because. That being said, I sit on one side of that fence for sure that probably the majority of players do not sit on.
I mean, I'm 55% in favor of re-rolling ascendancies personally, so it's very hard for me to argue against it when I would say that I would allow it. But I'm also, once again, like, other people on the team feel more strongly.
I mean, what I would be open to is, like, I understand you have to go online to have a look at what those ascendancy classes are, but I would be more open to having in-game things where when you're creating your character, you know, I don't want to not in a way that wouldn't overcomplicate it for new players where they're like, oh, what are all these, what are ascendancy classes? What's going on
Best
here?
conduit.
I'm not really in favor of that argument personally, because I don't think that you are equipped at the point of the start of the game to be able to assess what the ascendancy classes are. So it kind of does. I don't really think that really holds water.
It's less for new players, I guess. But then again, experienced players already know how to get that information. So I don't know the right solution there, honestly. But you can bet it's going to come up in discussions another 55 times this year. So
Surely, we're just at the start of it. Again, we don't want to take too much of your time, so we just keep up with speed running some questions. And the first one here is: given the current TTK, the time to kill, of pinnacle bosses by many of the stronger builds in the game, I guess the question is, what is the goal for build power? Is one-shotting pinnacle bosses an intended power level for builds, or is it the intended design something else?
It should definitely not be the case that the first time you fight a pinnacle boss that you one-shot it. Like, that's the kind of thing that maybe you can get to after crazy amounts of, like, extra items being found, but you shouldn't be doing that the first time you play it. So, yeah, it's not right. And that's just, there's some builds that are outrageous. And, we want to actually make it so the boss can use their abilities. That's why we spend a bunch of time making them, after all.
Exactly.
So,
Nerf's coming.
When you first get there and you're kind of relatively equipped for it, it shouldn't, like, it should still be a 1 to 3 minute fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about
reference.
1 minute of emerging. I'm talking 1 to 3 minutes of actual skill combat. Not like...
Okay. Well, that's a good time of reference we can use moving forward, knowing that's the kind of the goal going for the vision. Next question is: given the difficulty of requirements to get the 7th and 8th ascendancy points, is this intended to be something that not all average players can acquire?
We definitely wanted the final ascendancy points to be something that was like a significant like goal. Like, this is an awesome, like it's supposed to be quite a thing when you get the last 2 points. Yeah. I mean, as for an average player versus not, that's kind of hard to answer. I mean, I don't know if the average player gets halfway through maps really. So like, yeah, it sort of depends on the definition, but we wanted it to be a big thing that you get.
So map clear conditions, talking about that for a moment. Clearing rare mobs are effectively like the only real map clear condition at the moment. Is that the plans to continue that going forward, or is this sort of one of many conditions and is a placeholder, or how do you guys feel about the map clear condition being strictly rare mob clearance?
I suspect as we get to answering the exact same ththing we talked about before with the more objective driven and learning and tutorialization, we'll probably expand on that. The ideal world is there'd be a whole, a nice cool set of different things you're doing in each map that isn't just killing all the rares, but actually a surprisingly large amount of work to do those and to do them well. Otherwise, you just end up with this thing where it's like, oh, I like this one, but these other 4 are terrible, and I keep randoming into those.
You don't want bad ones of these, and killing the monsters is at least something that you already want to do. So that's kind of part of the reason why we sort of went with that in the end.
So
there's certainly more work. Sorry, go.
No, okay. So the Atlas tree currently is gated basically behind pinnacle boss progression. Kind of the same type of question as in clear conditions. Is this going to be mandated in the same moving forward, or are you guys looking to add in more iterations of progression on the Atlas tree outside the pinnacle boss clear?
We did discuss changing how the core of the Atlas progression is, but as for the actual pinnacle, like as for the individual league trees, I think we were still keen to sort of have that be the kind of extra stuff that you really get at the end of that
to get
thing.
The pinnacle boss's tree, it should be killing the pinnacle boss. We want to keep that for sure.
Sure.
And for each of the contents. But yeah, I want to upgrade the core Atlas tree for sure. I think it's quite boring and flat right now. There's not a lot going on there. And part of that is to do with as we add more content, it will make it more interesting. But there's certainly a better job we can do of that. And how you acquire the points, again, getting away from that grind and getting into more like, all right, like do this 2 points, do this 2 points, do this 2 points, not grind this 2 points, grind this 2 points for the actual core tree. For the sub trees, for the leagues, I actually do like them being behind that. But ideally, each league would then have its own meta system within it to amplify itself in some way, which we don't currently have a lot of. So it's something we'd be looking into in the future when we're upgrading the existing content as opposed to adding new content.
All right. I bet all of our chats have been spamming this, so I'm just going to throw it out right away. Map tab when?
That should be reasonably soon, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an as soon as possible thing. We've got people working on it right now. As soon as it's done, you'll have it. Like, it was not a...
it'll be done soon.
We wanted it there for release.
Yeah, done soon.
Let's go to tech questions, optimizations, and bugs, kind of a little category we have, and then I'm going to do some minion questions for you guys as well. Appreciate you guys taking the time. I know we're going a little bit above the time here. First question we have is something you talked about in a previous interview, I believe, with the Cicerin. It was predictive network mode and lockstep. what is the reasoning behind this specific topic, or what's your take on it? Seeing how people are performing right now with this.
I actually haven't hugely investigated this, to be honest. I don't know if you've got any more information about that.
I do not.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have lockstep right now.
Oh, the project was just not. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
we
that.
only have
Yeah,
lockstep
okay,
currently,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we just need to fix that, right? Yeah, like honestly, the people who would be working on that have not even come back from break yet, so that's just not something that that we've got. But yeah, we do need to get that working. I think it was just disabled mostly out of caution, right? Because we just expected lots of shit would be broken.
There was a few things. I can't remember
Right.
exactly what they were.
But yeah, we need to get it
there were some
sorted.
things that didn't work
Yeah.
in that mode, and we had to re-engineer them.
Yeah.
And yeah, no time.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Okay, couple just real quick optimization type of questions here. Terrain obstruction is something that has been helped a little bit in this recent, we saw in the video there, you guys were talking about making it a little bit more clear and transparent. But some things like trees, for instance, covering your screen from the overhead, etc. Do you have any feelings on how terrain obstruction is currently in the game? And is there any plans around making this a little bit
It's just a matter of individual work on
Yeah.
each individual thing, just like looking at each doodad and being like, yeah, what the bounds need to be, that kind of thing.
That some trees don't fade out
Yeah,
until you're like intersecting with them.
Sure,
And it's
just-
annoying because
yeah.
you get more, and the faster you move, the more you will be obscured. And so there's some timing changes, there's some proximity changes. There's
Just a matter of individual
bunch
balance
of
things.
you
To be addressed.
There's still some areas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then as far as optimization is concerned, I mean, we'll just keep working on it, right? I mean, in the background, you've got the engine guys working on things. There is one very annoying crash that is very, very hard to debug that happens on, I believe it only happens on NVIDIA cards. Where
Great.
like after sort of an hour or an hour and a half kind of thing, you'll get a crash to desktop, and it's been very, very difficult to track down. And we're adding more debug stuff. In fact, I think there'll be a patch. If we can't work it out internally, we'll actually probably eventually make a patch where we tell people to like turn on a command line flag that will enable extra debug information, because the thing that will
RIP
allow us to debug this
4090.
does reduce frame rates by like 5%. So we might actually ask people to like, hey, turn this on until we find the problem, and then it'll reduce your frame rates a little bit, but it'll help us track it down. And then once we've got that, then we should be able to work it out. Effectively, they're like concurrency bugs within the GPU. But annoyingly, we were also told that the next version, like NVIDIA told us that the next version of the NVIDIA driver does make the crash go away. But then they also said that they didn't know why that was the case. So I don't know if we can 100% rely on that either. So there's something weird going on that's like quite hard to track down going on here. And hopefully we can work it out soon. But yeah, we just need we need more debug information. It's very hard to track down, unfortunately.
There you go.
And it's kind of annoying how it takes so long to reproduce. Like there's even a thing where like the first hour after we do a restart patch, we don't get any of those crashes because it literally takes more than an hour to reproduce. And then after that, they start coming in. So there's like something weird going on there. But it's the most common crash, and like we're just like really annoyed. It's just very annoying to deal with.
Thanks for the answer, because that was a very common question. People were talking about crashes and wanted to ask you about it. So good answer there.
Yeah.
At this portion, all we have left is some minion questions from Ghazi, just a couple of them. And then we're into the rapid fire portion, and then we're pretty much done. So try to get you out of here in 10, 15 minutes. Go on, Ghazi.
Sure.
Let's just dive into the nitty gritty. Let's talk about Hodor, minion body blocking in doorways. Let me just add the word "come on."
So,
Solutions,
I
please.
mean,
Here we go.
Like, this is something that we need to work out a better solution for. Like, what I can say is that, okay, so people will immediately say, oh, just make it so that minions can just walk through each other. And it's like, we've done that and it sucked. And it doesn't just suck because of that it looks bad or something. Like, it sucks to actually, like, it actually just makes the minions play worse. So we need to find another solution that's, like, smarter somehow that, like, fixes that issue. One thing we are planning on doing, just as an initial test that we've got, I believe someone's doing at the moment, is at least making it so that when minions die due to distance, that they respawn immediately near your character rather than it waiting till the next refresh.
Oh, that would be
so like that'll at least
awesome.
maybe help a bit, but I don't know if it's like the full solution by any means. But there's something we have to do around this, but I honestly don't know quite what it is yet. And as I said, like all of the obvious solutions, as you might say, we have tried and they weren't great. So it really is going to take something a little bit more complicated to do to work out what we're doing here. But yes, I appreciate the issue for sure. Like I'm not saying that we're not going to do something about it because we have to. I'm just saying that like it's not clear yet what that is. And at the very least, in the meantime, we can do the respawn instantly upon timing on the distancing out, which will help a little bit maybe. But yeah, more needs to be done.
It's one of the big problems people complain about with
For
the
sure,
build,
for sure.
For them rubber banding to you, resurrecting is much better than them dying, because that is part of my other question I had here.
Yeah, yeah.
However, in PoE 1, there is a feature added as a modifier on well-telegraphed boss abilities that you're supposed to, as a player, dodge where your minions can't because you can't control them, so they do less damage to them. PoE 2 doesn't seem to have this based on the data mine I've been checking, which seems to be that they're just expected to literally just die, and then you have to sit there and wait for them to resurrect. What's the reasoning for not giving us convocation, which would also assist in the whole minion body blocking doorways and tight corridors?
They're not going to know an answer to that.
Are there not minion things in the AI? We did do some of that.
Not that I've seen.
This I can't remember exactly an AI.
So no, I mean the damage.
From
thing,
a
I mean, so.
damage perspective, not hugely, no. We were tinkering around with this whole expectation of like how often, if you have like no investment and all this, how often are your minions supposed to be permanent minions, supposed to be dead versus alive, and then what are the things you can do to keep them alive? Because it was meant to be more in order to have your minions, otherwise they're never dead, right? They're permanently alive, and then the DPS is you just running around doing whatever you're doing. And
that is really the issue, just to be clear, is that if we make it so that boss abilities aren't killing your minions, then that means that that would effectively mean your minions would just never die. And so then what's the...
It was meant to be more of active, what are you doing to keep them alive actively? Sure. And we haven't got that right. Like, for sure, we haven't got that right. So like, I guess Bone Offering was meant to be one of those examples of like boss slams coming, and then, but also then you got a multi-thread, you got about how do I survive and how do I do this at the same time. So there's certainly something going wrong there where we haven't, and I believe there's probably still a lot of boss abilities that just haven't been tuned correctly with respect to, you know, again, how often they're killing certain minions versus not. Because there will be things, I'm assuming, that are just completely unavoidable and they just wipe out your entire minion thing, and then it's like, well, what was I even supposed to do? So. The problem is, as soon as you get into this build, the level of like detail that you have to do, where you not only have to, sure, there might be some system change, and it's easy to probably do a cop out that's just like, whatever. You know, it's actually the right answer is to go through every single boss and test them and go through monsters and go through mods, and like it's a huge amount of detail and it takes quite a long time. We have people like kind of actively providing that more specific feedback, and we are iterating on it. But there's still certainly a handful of things we need to do. Otherwise, well, I'd say the blocking the doorways is a more catastrophic problem for sure. Like where they just like can't get through, and they're like running off screen and them dying. So like we're focusing more on that stuff first, and then we'll probably get back to the boss specific balance with respect to how often.
2 rainbow chests and a red on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that the bosses are supposed to kill them. The problem is when a boss leaves a damage over time effect on them, they kill a bunch of them, your timer starts ticking, and then the dot kills the next one, it resets, and then it kills the next one, it resets. Yeah. You just have to wait for all of them to die, and now you're sitting there doing nothing. You feel like you're in a wheelchair, not able to run around. But an instant use convocation could be a solution to that, which would help with the whole body blocking. A lot of people have been spamming me about make them give us convocation, and I'm in that category as well. But moving on to the other question, to not waste too much time, and that is a very interesting question. What is the reasoning behind making the minion's movement speed a direct replicator copy of what you have as a player, including when you get a minion movement speed debuff reduction on yourself?
So me and Mark were actually quite surprised to learn that when you get a debuff on your character, that it causes your minions to slow down.
Yeah, it's not intended.
That was not intentional, and so we'll just fix it.
We'll just change that.
Yeah, we'll just fix it. That was not a thing we even realized was the case.
Okay. Yeah. Next one is tooltip is a bit wonky with the minions, with it being incorrect in cases, especially accuracy actually being very wildly off, where it says you have a 100% chance to hit and it's not hitting, and then the tooltip is missing altogether on things like rating spirits. And sometimes when you change a gem on an unrelated ability, suddenly your tooltip on your damaged minions is also changing randomly. Is this something
that
you've
sounds like a bug to me?
Yeah, we'll fix that as soon as.
I just need to look into what's going on.
Our developer responsible, well, they might be back today, but our developer responsible for that has still been on holiday. So as soon as they're back, they'll get onto fixing them.
Yeah. There was
handful of
quite
tooltip
a lot of
related
rushed like description stuff happening right at the end of development there. So I'm sure there's stuff, even more stuff that's wrong than that. Just like with that stuff.
I'm surprised that tooltip stuff is as good as it is. Given, like, I remember 2 weeks before release, I was like, "This is a dead feature. Like, it may as well not exist." And then all of a sudden, it was at least something that I was like, "Okay, that's a pretty good effort on what they did." So, there's just more to do, though, of course.
I got plenty more other minion questions, but I'm just gonna go with the one that's been spammed the most, and that's Spectres when.
So soon, fairly soon.
Fairly soon.
It took more work than we expected, actually. Like there was just a lot of there was a lot of specific shit we have to do, but it won't be. It's not too far away.
Well, the designers have to go through, all the monster designers have to go through and make spectrable versions of every monster, which in PoE 1 was a lot easier, and in PoE 2, there is so much more manual designer-based scripting on like a monster-to-monster basis that we have to like take out all of that random stuff to do with dialogue and like, because you don't want to all of a sudden like have a spectre come out and then you're like, it dies and your character says some random thing, and because all of a sudden now your character's just spamming random dialogue all the time, and like.
But there was even stuff that's kind of stupid where it's like, oh, the idle animation of this monster is loud, and so if you've got it as a spectre, then like it makes it too annoying, and like just there's all sorts of random stuff that happens when you turn things into a spectre that's kind of not obvious.
Effectively, every single monster has to be.
Yes, of course.
That's true. Well, we don't want to repeat those same problems, right? So ideally, the audio team actually gets time to do proper spectre mastering, so to speak, on all their audio.
Spectres are going to be so awesome.
But no, I believe the designers are almost done with their part, which means it's then just audio and then a whole metric, which has been happening in parallel, but a whole metric ton of balance testing to make sure that we're not just, I mean, which is a lot, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong with these things.
Well, balancing the spirit cost of each of these is going to be interesting.
Testing it with every array of support gems. And, monsters can be set up kind of jank, where you're like, that's like a projectile, but like it's using some other skill that's kind of actually like triggering projectiles, and so if you actually put multiple projectiles on it might not affect it in the way you think, and like from a damage perception of like I take less damage from projectiles, that's fine. From an avoidance perspective, it's fine, but then there'll be some weird thing where, because with like player skills, we actually code every single skill, like exactly here's how it's meant to work. It's like quite intricate. With monsters, we're cowboys. We just go ballistic and just set them up to make sure that they're good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh right, we had to make a spectre of this. Okay, well, and then you have to hack a bunch of stuff together. But it's also what allows us to be able to make a ludicrous amount of monsters all the time. But yes, now you have to make spectres of all of them, which is. You're almost done. We've almost caught up to where we were, so I'd say, soon, whatever soon means.
Not too far.
All right, so we are in the last portion. 5 minutes, some rapid fires. We'll fit whatever we can in within this 5 minutes, and we're done at this point. Thanks for going 10 minutes over at this point. So
that's all right.
I'm just going to pick random ones here. Search feature on an atlas, so you can search like.
Yep, we definitely should have that. This was something we even said before we even released, but we just never got time to do. But yeah, we'll do that at some point.
Got it.
On the list.
Tornado Bird in the game for Ultimatum is the hardest boss in the entire game, in my opinion, personally.
I believe that's resolved, and 011 does have changes to that one.
Okay,
I believe
he's ridiculous.
I saw it on the list. I saw it on the patch notes.
All right.
Yeah, I just can't remember what skills.
It was the tornado. Like it was more avoidable or something. There was some stuff. It is in the specific boss balance that got addressed in this.
We'll see after the patch, and then we'll make more changes if needed. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Auction House. We're getting spammed about this all the time. You've answered many questions. How are your guys' feelings about an Auction House or in-game purchasing or buyout on the website or anything related to that?
I mean, I've talked about what we could do before. I don't have anything to announce right now.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss this more. I'm sure this will come up again.
Sure. Yeah. Accessibility question. Red-green color blindness is the most common in the world. It's my understanding. Yeah. Obviously, red on green is a very common thing within Path of Exile 2, specifically in Ultimatum, which is a mandated Ascendancy trial. So, any plans around accessibility features for this?
Well, effectively, that's usually what we do for this stuff. Is rather than having a mode for it, we tend to just make sure that each thing, like we test it on people who are actually colorblind. So I just need to get probably Reese to just test all the stuff specifically because I know he's red-green colorblind and just make sure that they're actually distinguishable. I generally prefer rather than having modes for it to like have
people with that color blindness highlighting the area. So ultimatum, as you said, being bad gives us a target, and we'll start someone there.
Yeah.
Sure. Speaking of visibility, rare and blue mobs. Can't really tell they're rare and blue mobs, or magic mobs, I should say. There's no highlight on them like in POE 1. You know how there's like a little highlight around them? So you can't.
So the intention is that you can tell when a monster is based on the effect of the actual thing itself. There might be some cases where we're just not being successful in that regard, and so we just need to improve it.
We're going to do more there, and we are going to try some things that are give them magic and rare identifiers that aren't. The glows just really took you out of the, like, when you're in a dark dungeon and you're exploring it, like, just,
and honestly,
what the heck is this glowing beacon of light over here?
I just wish Fresnel glow was just banned in games generally. Like, it's just everyone just relies on it. Like, oh, we need to make this more visible. Add a Fresnel glow to it. Like, it's just this freaking it's
Fresnel glow.
Sorry, this is just a random side rant from me, but I just hate the fact that everyone lazily goes to Fresnel glow and freaking everything.
Fair enough. Last question related to visuals. So visual effects in co-op can be very difficult. You know, you got people spamming lots of shit around. Any opinions on toggling other people's visual effects, etc.?
I don't want to add an option like that, but there is probably more we can do automatically for that kind of stuff.
There'll be some engine-based things we can do.
Yeah, there will be. There's probably more we can do, and just like that. But in my opinion, it should be automatic, and like you shouldn't even really be thinking about it. It should just happen. Like I'm not a fan of just like, oh, turn off all the effects. Like I'm just, it's kind of lame to me.
Fair enough. Disenchanting flasks for quality. They're one of the things you can't salvage in the game currently in order to get like the quality baubles back that you'll be able to do on flasks.
Right.
Is this intended?
Is there really any reason why we shouldn't do that? I know you were like, oh, it's because it doesn't thematically fit with a hammer on a bench. Just smash the glass.
I think that's why it is, but like, I have nothing against adding it.
We can probably change that, right? Like
I think it was more like, let's do something interesting for flask salvaging and crafting later and save that, but we can add it for now.
We should just add it. I have no problem with adding it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we should probably nerf the drop rate of flasks slightly. High levels. That's just a random note that I was thinking about yesterday as I was picking up tons of flasks. Random side note. But
We've almost got all of them. Checkpoints and maps in order to backtrack in maps. How do you feel about that?
So not for resurrecting purposes,
just
for fast travel purposes.
It's not a terrible idea. I'd have to think a little bit about how we would position those. I'm not against it necessarily. I guess the feeling is that there's not so many like objectives in maps in the same way.
When you do those linear maps and you missed a rare monster, you want to go play something else for a while.
You're right. But, so we should probably do something about this, but I don't have an exact understanding of what we would need to do perfectly.
Sure. Yeah. On the table, however. Okay. Being able to see gems without cutting. Currently, like you got to cut the gem to look at the list of skills.
I don't really have anything against it, but where the hell does the option go?
Yeah, that's so stupid. You have to cut a gem really to look at the options.
Maybe on the G button, top, click at all skills.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Right. Maybe.
Gambler in the hideout. We have all the other vendors, but we don't have like a gambler in the hideout. For instance, like Alva normally does this.
For that, what was there was something very broken at the end, and we quickly turned it off. But I think we just need to fix one thing and then turn it back on. Okay. There was something very bad exploitation tier, and so we were just like disable. It's like 10 minutes until deployment kind of thing.
4 left, and we got through all of them. Okay, so Venom Quest is currently the only one that you can't reselect the rewards. So, for instance, you can reselect like the Titan. Do I want the life flask or the charm duration? You can't select from like chaos to attributes or whatever. Any opinions on keeping that permanent, or can we reselect?
I want to add a way to change that, which I know people might be like, well, hold on, then why don't you want to allow a way to change the sentences? And the answer is I don't know. That's just how I feel. But
we'll allow you to change.
I might feel differently later. But yes, I do want to add a way to change that for sure.
Okay. Movement speed on boots. Any feelings about having them be implicit, or basically movement speed mandatory on boots, or else you're really slowed down. So how you guys feel about moving movement speed to implicits, or do you have any feelings on movement speed on boots?
I don't think it's necessarily a problem to have a mod that's really, really valuable on an item that you definitely want to go for. Like, boots is certainly the case where that's like the most extreme, but I don't necessarily think it's a problem as such. So, I personally don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if you feel different.
I like it. Yeah. I like having it that, like, I think it's good.
If you added move speed implicitly to boots, would you then be like, okay, well, like IPD on weapons, like you start to get into funny territory in some sense, right? Where like So anyway, that's kind of our feeling on it.
Last two, UI customization options. Is that potential?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific.
I think people just want
In
to be
general, no. Like,
Yeah.
if you're looking at like
we're not going to be World of Warcraft like like UI mod type there, but like if there's something specific, then you're like, I wish we could do this. Then maybe we would think about it. It's just
Smaller,
More of
larger,
a
stuff like
generic
that.
question I was getting. Okay,
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one, boys. State of co-op and body blocking. Body blocking, you're with co-op here.
I think it's.
there's something not right about it.
There's
but-
something not right about it. I agree, but I do think you do need it to make things feel more physical. But there is something not right about it. But there shouldn't be, considering that players are actually. No, because you know what it is? It's because we changed really, really close to the end of development the size of the player instead of changing the size of all the monsters. And I think that probably results in like a situation. But there's something not right about it. But I don't want to just completely remove it. We might end up with a solution where like the size of a player to other players is different than what the size is to other monsters or something like that in order to kind of like ease it. I suspect we'll do something along those lines. I'll that is it. It wasn't really on my radar, I have to admit, but we should do something about this. Yes.
And you'll forgive me for asking one last question that I'm curious about myself. In terms of microtransactions coming from POE 1 to POE 2, do we have any cadence or quantity or any information we can give them when we're going to be seeing more of our previous purchases?
Well, the main thing is that by the time we go out of early access, we have to have all of them. As for the like rate at which they come through, I mean, look, we'll try and get as many as we can and done in the near future. I honestly like. This is so the rigging team are like busy doing that, and I haven't paid enough attention to them. I need to go catch up with them and ask them, hey, how's that job going that I see you going on?
It's probably it turned into more work than we initially anticipated for sure. There's like a whole bunch of effects that don't translate one to one, so there's a lot of departments that have to do a lot of work. They are tuning through it. That being said, like it was certainly more complicated before when we were in that last like several month or 3-4 month like kind of lead up to release, and it was kind of like, okay, we need to have all hands on deck getting certain game content done, and we generally prioritize gameplay over microtransactions especially in those kind of moments. And so now it's going to ease up a bit, and we can allocate some a bit more resources there to get more of them ported across. But it did end up being a little bit more work than we actually anticipated. It's not just like a copy paste job and it's done. Some things have to be like kind of re-authored to actually work in one over the other. Mostly due to like lighting, I suppose, really is what is the big difference.
Yeah, so I don't have an immediate cadence for you, but we should start getting them coming out, like rolling out relatively soon.
All right, and I think pretty much wraps it. I mean, we're getting spammed about Path of Exile 1's 3.26, but unless you want to talk about,
bit of a long topic to get into at this point.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just throw that there, but that's
good.
it. Guys, you want to wrap it up?
All right, excellent.
Let's just say thank you for coming. And, it always happens. We say 1.5 hour. It always goes above. We very much appreciate you guys' time. And sorry for going so long. But pleasure having you guys on. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And can't wait for the patch notes. And we'll see you guys very soon then.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I want to say thank you also. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks for coming on the podcast. Sorry it was 20 minutes extra, but thanks for your time.
No problem.
We don't have a clock in here. You understand? You could have said it was the right amount of time, and we wouldn't know.
Oh man, I missed my last.
We don't know how long it's been.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Well, so there you have it. What does everybody think? Happy, sad?
And listen.
What do you guys think? No Bloom question. Kind of. They talked a little bit about Bloom, but yeah, not specifically that setting. I was not paying attention. Play it again. Happy accept the map tab? They said it's coming. Do you not want a map tab? This is our first time attempting a 7-1 now. 7-1.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
Hot take, I am enjoying TLI more than POE 2. That's not a hot take. This game's in Season 9 after a full release. POE 2 just releasing early access. Obviously has a lot of work and stuff they're working on. It's not a hot take at all. From, if you were just rating a game on a fun factor, which probably should be up there as a top stat you rate a game on, TLI is up there. It's really, really fun. I think it's fun. I'm having so much fun with Selena. Nice. Well, I feel like there was no real answer given to any question I had in mind. Maybe language barrier. I don't know. More sad. You know what? It did remind me a little bit of the way Mike answers questions for Last Epoch. Like, it's on the list. Someday, we would love to do that. Or we'll look into that. So I do get that as well.
Well done, birdies.
But for example, player-driven economy inflation, no answer. Rarity, no answer. Body blocking, no answer. And it's important to be in the game, which was my thought, that it is a feature, not a bug. Map size, question not asked. Bloom, question not asked. Performance, did they really talk about performance at all as far as like server stability, tearing, rubber banding? Nothing I can remember. Balancing, they didn't cover balance as much as I thought they would. They talked about that there's basically going to be no balance update until the economy reset. From what I saw, it was kind of disappointing. They did talk about NVIDIA problems a little bit. I want performance optimization. My CPU struggles sometimes. Fun factor right now, LE, TLI, PLE, POE2/D4. Or, D4, DR. Oh my gosh. What's up, Disco? Yeah, but they gave the warning since it's so close after the holidays. Many stuff will be answered with this. Yeah. Nothing unexpected was said from them, at least not that I can remember. More interesting was the slight insight on the reasoning and how they make decisions. Yeah, I like that. The fact that they don't know bleed doesn't work if the attack doesn't touch the life pool. Only saw half of it. They can't fix everything in one patch. I thought it was a really good stuff. Yes, but that is not the asked from them to begin with. Directions and problems noticing and what/when they change if so. You know what? I'm playing, I'm reading chat. Did they say when this patch goes live? Nope. Oh, that's right. No. Later this week? They just said soon. But they did say this week. Okay, as long as they said this week. Not exact date, but later this week. Got it.
Humans didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
I will say, I feel like we got more out of the first little video than maybe the tavern talk. I don't know if they gave any specific answers on anything. Look at that. Vagueness. Probably Thursday, I assume, yeah. My game runs great on an i9 14900K. 98 gigs of DDR5 and a water-cooled 4090. Yeah, but you're probably running like a regular spinning disk hard drive, you know, not an M.2. I love their answer on Citadel conspiracies, just laughing and saying that maybe they should do something like that. 4 M.2, 1 terabyte each. Let me guess, Samsung.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Spent over 5,000 on my new PC. Do you have your pre-order for the 5090 yet? Have you tried the Boom Moto? Yeah, I hated it. Today is day 4 of this season. I have a level 90 and a level 82. My first character was Boom Moto, got it to 82. Literally hated it. Re-leveled from level 1 this character. Much more my style.
The worst student I have ever had.
Moreover, the Boom Moto makes this sound. It's like playing the whole game and someone's doing like a screech. It's a horrible sound. Like this screeching tink, 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 tink. So you gotta like turn off the volume. It's terrible.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest. So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Next season, I think we try Iris, and then we've done all the minions for Torchlight. Final boss for the dream sequence.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
Nice. We had 1 death, so we had to lose 1 bubble. Kept all 4 yellow comms. One. I chose Iris Growing Breeze. Yeah, Moto's kind of gimped this season. Zealot of War next after Moto. No, I don't like Zealot of War. I spent 2,000 on the 4090. What sound does it make? Tink, 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 Tink. Every second, regardless of where you are. That's Boom Moto.
Done, birdies.
The Empress. The star.
Log out.
The devil.
Man, I don't hate the devil card, but it kills me probably more than anything else.
You are the worst student I have ever had. Well done, birdies.
Almost level 91.
Machine also needs to rest.
Time for bed. Have a good one. All right, what other thoughts on Path of Exile? I'll catch up on chat after this map.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
I will answer you here. Tink, tink, tink. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Is it me or there is no massive changes to the gameplay in POE? No. No, there's no... It's really a quality of life patch. Being able to zoom out on the Atlas is going to be nice. Having 30% more mobs on the maps is going to be nice. Being able to switch out your runes on your gear is going to be nice, especially from a trader. A lot of times I see an item and it would be perfect, but it has the wrong runes in it, so I pass on it. So that's going to be great. Being able to see where the citadels is awesome. Being able to enter the Pinnacle boss 6 times is awesome. So, you know, like they're rounding out the corners. They are making general improvements to the game, but as far as adding content, rebalancing content, new content, no, there's nothing like that. As a console player for PoE 2, filters makes me weep. Yeah. While under NDA from EHG in April, are we going to be like, holy? I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how to answer that. Let me tell you this. When Diablo 4 came out, everybody said, Aaron, why are you playing Last Epoch? That game's dead. It can't possibly survive. And then it went on to hit 265,000 concurrent players. And now I'm in the kind of a little bit the same rut of, Aaron, why do you still cover Last Epoch? That game's dead. Path of Exile 2 is out now. Who would ever, in their right mind, play Path of Exile or play Last Epoch because Path of Exile 2 is out. And I'm a firm believer that everything can coexist and live at the same time. You shouldn't have to pick either or. It should be an addition. Okay? After playing 280 straight hours of Path of Exile 2 while simultaneously playing Last Epoch CT under NDA Update 1.2 Season 2, I would tell you that I am more excited, more optimistic, and more just gung-ho for Last Epoch than ever. That's my answer. Oh. I skipped you on YouTube. YouTube's chat is being weird. Especially with season ARPGs, try them all. Exactly. Wrong. All games dead except current hotness. Correct. You sound like Mike answering questions. That's why we love ARPGs, not just D4, POE, or Grim Dawn, or LE. More content in the genre can never be bad. That's a very well thought out and good enough answer, Aaron. You're welcome. Very true, but he answered my question. If you are, let me also answer the Last Epoch question this way. If you are a fan of Last Epoch, let's just say you generally think it's a good game, okay? I generally enjoy Last Epoch. I think it's a good game. It's average, it's good, it's great. Wherever you fall on that spectrum, literally every avenue of the game feels better. So, you know, make an average game good, make a good game great, make a great game amazing, however you want to break it down. Like, it is improved in almost every avenue. And a lot of their team is already working on Season 3. So I think they really get the message that, hey, we don't want to go 9 months in between content launches. I wouldn't be surprised, literally, if they're like, screw it. Season 2, and then 3 months later, Season 3, something like that. Like, that would be awesome. That's kind of my hope.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Fan. There you go.
Justice.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Last Epoch, best game. Such a Mike answer. If I was about to die and had to take a hand, I would take Last Epoch's. My only complaint is for Ellie as a whole game is they need to get the story in order, maybe redo it, kinda, but make it make sense. Well, the story doesn't have a finish. Like, there's no, like, they need to finish the campaign, I feel like, is what you're really saying. Feels all over the place, kinda. So, you know, obviously every part of the game needs updates, whether it's campaign or multiplayer or endgame. But Solo, try and think, you know, put yourself in their shoes. You got your dev team. Do you update the story and work on finishing the campaign right now? Do you really think that would be the most beneficial to Last Epoch? They would get freaking just... I could not even imagine the response. All right, everybody. We're ready to announce Season 2. It's been 9 months. The season of the campaign. We've introduced new cinematics. We've introduced new story plots. We have finished the campaign. It is now, instead of 9 acts, 12 acts. And you guys are going to have such a better experience. We've got professional voice actors, cinematics that rival Diablo. You're now going to know the full story of Atera. They would get killed. The main feedback would be, we want to skip the campaign. That's the last thing we care about. Unironically, I'd like that a lot. Of course, some people would like that.
Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Get out of here, little turtles. People would be raging, but they might attract new players. I don't know. I mean, literally, the #1 complaint from the community is Endgame. It's #1 by a mile. I hate them. Monoliths are monotonous. Monoliths are boring. I'm using 1,000 corruption build, and I finished the game in a day. That is like... I don't know, I heard it 1 trillion times. This patch, just like Mike says, Season 2 is the endgame patch. This is the patch and the development and the tools and the engine upgrade to set up Last Epoch for years to come. This is the it's almost like relaunch of the game. That's why Season 2 is so different. But what if they made us wait 6 more months for Season 3? What do you think would be the community's reaction? The only way I would be okay, or the community would be okay with a 6-month patch after Season 3, is if that was the new content cadence. So if EHG said, hey, we are moving from a quarterly to, you know, a biannually content release, so we're going to have 2 major updates a year. Those updates are going to be significantly larger than you're used to in the live service model. And halfway through each season, we're going to do a mid-season refresh where we'll rebalance, we'll reset the economy, we'll add in some uniques and some fun challenges and some achievements. Like, if they wanted to set up that the game that way, I actually think it's really smart if they did that, but it would have to be communicated that way. If it was my studio, that's what I would do.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
I think trying to compete in a live service model as not being the top dog or #2 is really hard. So them trying to find a window to release content 3 or 4 times a year is probably very difficult. I bet you it's really hard. Honestly, Aaron, I was kind of disappointed with that interview. I prefer Last Epoch. Well, in my heads box, I keep running it back in my head. What did we actually learn from the tavern talk? I'm trying to think. I don't know. Ellie needs to remove the time travel, adapt an anime art style. I played WoW 20 years. I couldn't tell you the story. Played Path 1 in beta. Couldn't tell you the story. Or a season of Goblin, you get double goblins. You mean on December, right? Yeah, there you go. Was gonna say double loot lizards. Like Diablo games 1 through 4, the story starts from A and ends at Z. People would be raging. There's a strong vocal minority that only cares about the story chapters. They would lose players. Farming Monolith and Corruption feels a bit like a pain for me, but I love the game. Well, we're getting a lot of changes to the Monolith. I mean, think of POE. $30 early access. It doesn't even have the story complete. Holy moly.
Always be cautious. Ha ha! Herman's Torrents of Steel is back.
Hermit, get out of here.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
The chariot.
Not the chariots here. Get him, beat him up.
Well done, birdies!
I hate their immune phase.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
I'm listening. Jeez. Why you gotta be so rude? We might be able to get this 91 right now.
The birds are flying away. Since you have forgotten, I shall teach you one more time. You are the worst student I have ever had.
Kill the turtle. We might not be ready for 7-1 yet. That's what this is. Oh, get it. need our amulet. Hold on, I'll catch up chat in a second, everyone.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest. Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
All right. Ellie needs more booba. Take a page out of TLI. Not a huge fan of their ruthless design philosophy. We learned they got hacked through a Steam account. That's it. That's true. Minion door blocking is not intended. At least not like it is now. One point we learned. Kind of. They made it very clear that body blocking was important and that allowing minions to run through each other is not a solution. So body blocking is intended. For sure. I mean, just a handful of people play Endgame. You can take any game of the genre and look at the statistics. Not a lot of people reach Endgame. That's true. I'm not jealous or anything or anyone, but this talk feels like a community promote and triggering viewers and welcome back 2025 than anything else. And we see people say Ellie's story is not done as a bad point, as if D4's is finished, like with their expansions. Ellie had paid early access to without complete main campaign. And the difference is POE 2 will have completed to full release. Yes, that's true. While D4's isn't, it's still engaging enough to keep you going to see what's next. One thing that Blizzard does well is storytelling. For me, personally, I like the base story of D4 and was bored of Vessels of Hatred.
Humans didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
What's your NetherRealm talent spec? I am in Cuba Rapacity and Sweet Dream. I just took a look on POE 1's achievements and Steam. Only 15% of people completed Act 2. So majority of people don't even play the game. I think that's one of the reasons D4s have so many players not even having a good end game. I know from a lore standpoint, from a building fans, books, artwork, soundtracks, campaign, lore, it is very important. I understand that. If I was building an action RPG right now, it would have the adventure mode of D4 as the leveling. Level as you want. You want to go kill wolves in the forest or polar bears in the ice caps or snakes in the desert. It would be level as you please style with obviously an engaging endgame.
I was a Legion commander just a few years back.
At least that's how I would set it up.
Disobey my order. Wait, don't fall asleep. I haven't finished.
Imagine Aaron if POE had a mastery like last Epoch's Beastmaster. That would be fun. Nothing said on the new classes other than they're in the works. Yep, I would prefer that over an endgame. I don't care for the monolith. To be honest, I might skip Season 2 because I don't like the endgame. Well, the whole point of Season 2 is it's a new endgame. Season 2 will be 2 seasons in 1. It'll be a complete new experience for Last Epoch. Okay, everyone have fun going home. Have a good one, Luz. Travel safe. You could take some random players on PoE 2, and I bet the most of them would say they like the campaign the most. Maybe. That's why I said door blocking and not body blocking. That's true. You're right. You're right. Door blocking is not intended. You're right. I want this one. I need one more beacon. It's the only one we haven't completed tier 7. You know what we should do?
Lifeless objects, their fearless and selfless deeds must not be forgotten.
Ooh, our end game is misty. You guys see it? It's so it's misty. I really like LE, but yeah, the monoliths get boring pretty fast. It'd be nice if Arena was fun like Crucible, and dungeons were bigger and more fun too, instead of serving for one specific thing and nothing more. The dungeon design will continue to be that way. When you want to complete, like, the dungeons will all have specific rewards tied to them. I think that's their design philosophy. No, it's not what I wanted. Whispering Mist. Unlocks on day 7. Difficulty T7. Yeah, it's fine. Greetings, Mr. Streamer. What's up, Sith? Figure we can run one Mist. Mist really benefits from having their Atlas thing done. Yes, I know how to play. You gotta be kidding me. This is like the tutorial one, isn't it?
You are the worst student I have ever had.
All right, everybody, level 91. Yeah, Miss is where you get activation mediums.
So much noise. Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
But normally the eyes are very expensive, so it doesn't make sense to run it because the rewards are too it's not. It costs too much to run. T7 was probably a mistake for the first one. I mean, we haven't died, but... Z DPS. Come on, Moto. But FE, that's true. I'm probably going to skip Season 2 of Last Epoch as well. Is this a fence too? Oh yeah, so like, just so everybody's aware, this first run of Mistville is like a tutorial one. This is not how it normally is. Wait, is he trying to run away from the subathon? What? Yeah, you already played it. Why would you do it again with all the... Oh. That's not what I meant. I don't think.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Jeez. ZDPS, kick in.
So much noise. Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Come on, Moto. I've never seen anyone use these guys in Endgame. What?
Also needs to rest.
That's because they don't play. They don't know true meta. Let me guess. Everyone uses spider tanks. That's all I get asked about. So I'm just guessing that's what they use.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Mist Essence. I choose business ethics. Oh, Mist Essence is a nice little 8 FE. It's spider tanks or grim phantoms. There you go. Mistville is by far my favorite mechanic. It's so good. It's very good. Ugh. There's no way it's gonna let me go straight down. Never mind, it did. Oh, we are so screwed. Maybe the clock tower's here. Oh, and that's the ball game. Wait, what do I got? Oh! It's either here or here. Boom! Sorry. Somehow we made it to day 5. Oh my gosh. Well, unless the clock tower is here.
Didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
Oh my gosh. No way. Boom! 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 Oh! Dang, we had a good shot at it. It was one of these 3. Maybe in here. Womp womp. It's okay.
The boss ruined my daydreaming again. I'm so happy I could cry.
This row right here is so important. How are you liking Moto instead of Moto this season? Oh, Carino. Oh, Carino's way better.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
But Carino, I have 8 seasons behind me, so this is we're just learning right now. I need this amulet. Wait, how much FV are we at? 53.
Buy or sell.
We'll see if we could figure
Help
something
yourself
out.
to the catalog.
I want... You. You are not cheap. 100. 124. I might be able to get close to this. Log out. Get a cheap one. 120. 95. That's going to be gone. The fact that 95, never seen one under 100, means either the prices are dropping or that person, I don't know, 110, maybe around 100. Price filter it? I know. No, there's not that many. I didn't need to. Probably a oh, it's actually bad roll. Bad roll. Bad roll. Yeah, it's a bad roll.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
All right, what do we got? Let's see. Where's my hand? Hands go for 8. Okay, there's 8. These were going up. Yeah, they're at half. So we could go 10. Maybe we get lucky and get 6. Okay. Where are eyes at? Eyes are almost up to 1 FE. That would be 31, but we like our eyes. Snow paper is worth nothing. We need these. Let's go to cards. These were going for up to 24 earlier. We'll just go 22. 22. We got a bunch.
Traveler, Please bring back the glories that exist in our memories of the past. Clear away the haze to reveal the truth of the era of the 6 gods.
Boom! How does that feel? Do you like Arcana? I'm not really enjoying it as much. It's okay. Again, I think what makes Arcana, like, okay. Not bad. I don't think it's a bad season, but what puts it in the okay category is the cards. If you're going to have, let's say, 4, 6, 8, 10 tarot cards, that's where the fun is. Is engaging with these cards fun? Or like a complete pause in the action, backtracking, nuisance, one-shot mechanic. And I think obviously, you know, boom, just like that, we have 96.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the
Sold! Ah! Oh my gosh. I was like, holy crap, it's 95. We just got 96. Ah! Mike went up, skipped the whole mechanic wall leveling. I know. But that's my whole thing, is I think that that's what that's my make or break, is that specifically. Is I wish the cards were more fun. And it's like funny when I get the sun I get the card that's the sun. You get out of the way of the AoE, kill some enemies, move on. It's still not fun, but some of these other ones are just terrible. Damn, that was 95. I bet you these corroded are so expensive. $200. It's actually not terrible. 180. 150. All right, well, we don't have enough yet. He skipped because it doesn't give XP and they are some rippy combinations. Yep. What are the... John, are you asking what are the minimum specs for PoE 2? Okay, how did everything go? Did you not watch any of it? Or did you only catch some? Everything that they said is coming is all good stuff. Just quality of life. Being able to zoom out on the Atlas, being able to switch out your runes in your gear. Being able to try the Pinnacle boss 6 times. Adding 30% more mob density to maps. That's all I can think of. Everything else is it's on the list.
Are you here just to trigger a greater avalanche?
Mapping for TLI, we are up to 7-1.
Think. Freeze.
So we're working on unlocking 7-2. Which is the main grind point. Unless you can get up to tier 8 maps.
Buried.
I'd feel really good if we got to a good spot at 7-2.
I will sink below until the glacier.
Oh, loot filters on consoles. Yup. So a nothing burger. You would just have to watch it, Prow. It was, without exaggeration, 50 times something we're working on, something, this is something coming soon, this is something we've identified. Like a lot of that type of conversation. But as far as what is coming in this next patch, it's not a ton. They basically said they will wait until they introduce new leagues and a laundry list of changes to reset and fix the economy. Yeah, no balance changes outside of resets. What are we doing? Upon entering the number every 3 gear bubbles.
Well done, birdies!
The devil.
Oh, they're putting up a little beacon where you can see the citadels in the fog. So at least you have a general direction on where to go. But as far as performance, optimization, economy, balance, bugs, auction house, trade house. I mean, yeah, just there was nothing. Yeah, there's nothing.
Well done, birdies.
It was really safe. Felt really safe. You can no longer kill my minions. Yeah, better expedition, better ritual rewards.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
The Hound.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Yeah, I think when it comes so far to my experience with this mechanic, playing the game board is pretty fun, but basically interacting with the tarot cards is not. Whether that's with getting the rewards or interacting in the Nether Realm. Not a huge fan.
Always be cautious. Ha ha! Herman's Torrents of Steel is back!
Get him, get him.
Well done, birdies!
I think it would have been more fun if it was more like Breach, where you proc the card, just spawns the mobs, but the specific mechanics of the card are kind of bad, and they make it unfun. But I just like blasting, and it feels like it slows me down. Yeah, it changes the pace, makes you backtrack. You pull the devil, you gotta kill him, and then immediately run away. And then the rewards from the cards drop at where the card is. So if the card's behind you, you gotta run backwards. Yeah, just stuff like that. Hangman makes you stay. Yeah. I think we're all pretty much in agreement. Like, I actually think the board game thing is kind of fun. It's like silly fun. Trying to solve this fairly simple puzzle. Sometimes it lets you. Hangman isn't bad. You could abuse the walls, yeah, to get out of it. Eight. 6. All right, we're at 110 FE. So we could for sure get our amulet today. Missville still feels like I have more control over the outcome. Yeah. What's funny is I used to think that I only liked mechanics that were inside of the map instead of having to go out. I think I disagree with my own thoughts now. I like the ones where, like, I'm gonna go do this thing and it's separate from the Nether Realm.
You are the worst student I have ever had!
Nothing beats cube for you? Oh, cube of rapacity? Just kill the red enemies, spin the slot machine at the end. I normally always run cube, but my favorite is Mist. Which was so funny when I first played the Mist season. I was like, I don't understand, this is stupid. No, it's really good. It's a really good seasonal mechanic. Like Mike 1UP, he loves Eternia. I always thought it was okay. It's not bad. Get your candles.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
The Hermit.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
I'm the worst. All right, we're going to our board game again.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents
Is that my
of
sword?
steel.
It is my sword. $20. Awesome. Have a good one. Can you... Oh, gosh. All right. What do we got? Dead. We can go back 4, but we still have to go up 3. I don't want to hear anything. Keep it to yourself.
The devil.
Well done, guys.
This stream's going downhill. Nice chest. Oh my gosh. Ooh. What's the renown compass going for? One.
The Emperor. The sun.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
TLI has really worked on its physics. Oh my gosh.
The sun. The devil. The magician.
Well done, ladies. How dare you mess with my beard? Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Huge physics. Oh my gosh. Up to 161 FE. We can get our amulet.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
155, 168. $155. All right, we'll wait a little bit. That's the next purchase, what we've been saving for. just realized corroded is like exalted affix on uniques in LE. No, because you craft them, right?
Noise! Can't you just stay quiet?
Or an exalted, it has to drop on the ground that way. Randomly selects 2 bubbles to replicate, adds 1 whim. Randomly selects 1 gear to replicate. 2 bubbles to replicate. Replicate the red one. Woohoo! Another red one. 3 red gear bubbles.
You are the worst student I have ever had!
What mechanics is this? Sweet Dream. You build your reward in the dream sequences, and then to earn the reward, you have to fight your nightmare. So we built our dream, where we have 3 red gear bubbles, which is 1 rarity under rainbow. Granted, it's gear, so it's not a great bubble, but it's okay. This was my favorite. Now Mist is my favorite.
So much noise! Can't you just stay
So right now we're
quiet?
fighting the nightmare.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
It's saying if we complete the nightmare without dying, we get 8 rewards. Final boss. Down. Final route.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents
Done.
of steel.
Okay. We built the nightmare reward dash. And we completed we completed it without dying. So this is the reward. Uh-oh, what is that? We like red thing. It's a divine. Looks like a divine. Shallow dream talking trinket. Those aren't that good, are they? Seven FE. I'll take it. I'm ignoring Arcana now to rush to T7. Almost there. Get there. This is my final map for 7-0. And then I've got 7-1 unlocked on all of them. And we're working on getting to 7-2. Oh man, the Emperor's in a bad spot for me. But our minions now won't die, so it's better.
Done, birdies.
We should just pull the trigger on that amulet. It's just crazy that there was that one for sale at 90, and now I'm going to spend 160. I wonder if endgame-wise, this game has the best endgame. You literally get to fully tailor your endgame experience. It's got to be up there with POE 1, right? Or if POE 1's number 1, this is number 2. I would say yes for casuals. POE has more custom stuff this game next.
You yearn for a baptism of flames, but there is no new life within it. Pain that burns.
Bro, what is the max level in this game? Didn't you start it 2 days ago at 91? The season's been out for 4 days. I have a level 91 and a level 82. Max level's 100. I have a 91 and an 82.
Remind me of a promise I...
Drake. I started playing V Rising again. I like V Rising. We still never got the final boss down. I like V Rising. All right, all maps are at 7-1. You are on your way to 7-2. We're starting our folklore talent constellation. Is Path of Progression something new each season, or is it only a one-time thing? I think it's new every season. I've been bouncing from Marvel Rivals to Astral Ascent. Whatever happened to that one you said that I would suck at, where you jump around? No, it's gotta be every season it resets, because I've had a ton of them. Nash. I think I'm almost positive it resets. Just like a season's journey in D4. Fight the yellow hat.
Well done, birdies!
Starting to make some progress here.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet?
The hell?
The Hermit. Warden's Will. Yeah. It's awesome, but it's tough. I'm doing something wrong. Plays awesome, though. Got it. Started at 2 FE, now down to 0.2. Yeah, it's pretty worthless. I haven't had any good spins of Cube, which I've gotten 1 FE from Cube, which feels a little weird. All right, last one, and then we're off to another boss fight. This will unlock 7-2. Yeah, we need more damage. It's time to just pull the trigger. I was thinking maybe I'll save up 200, 250, snag the necklace, and then get a couple other item upgrades, maybe rings. Start looking for tier 1 gear. Right now, most of my gear is tier 2, 3, and 4. We have nothing at tier 1. Just because we haven't had any funds. But the amulet's too important. We have to get that first.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel!
Cube has been horrible. I might spec out. Yeah. I bet you a lot of people play Cube. Tech, I've been saving today. I started with maybe, I don't know, 20 or 30. We're up to 160. But I'm about to drop all of it on an amulet I need. My damage is based upon my minion's life, and the amulet can give up to 150% minion life. It's very important. But we're up to almost 7-2. Of course, you don't have T1, you aren't at T8 maps. Yeah. There was a problem that I had, and I'm just happy that is solved. My minions are now basically unkillable, which is so nice. Oh my gosh, so nice.
The devil.
I got 7, and now I'm chunking through.
The hell. The devil.
Oh, we're screwed. Oh.
Hey, a machine machine also
Oh,
needs
there's
to
one little red dot left on the map. Need 90 for the Divinity Slate upgrade. Oh yeah, that was huge. Absolutely huge. Oh, we're running in circles. You gotta go this way. Yeah, the Slate upgrade is big. That's also a whole nother avenue of upgrades. This game, if you want to grind, you could actually grind gear in this game for a very long time. It's like, all right, I got my hero memories. I have to upgrade those. All right, I got my slates, but I got to get the right pulls on the divinity. I got to level up my character.
Hey, a machine.
I got to get the right tiers on my gear. I mean, there's just so much crap to do.
The cone will not let your efforts go in vain.
88.5, nice. That's good. You make good progress. Kind of weird that minions depend on minion life. So it's part of the hero trait. Consumes 10% of max life when minions cast a skill. For every 5% of minions max life, 1% minion physique, and 5% overload effect. And then you can also snag... Oh, wait. And then the max life also boosts your command. Or missing life will boost overload. Everything's... It's focused on life. It is kind of weird. Yeah, it's a little weird. All right, unlocking 7-2 on our second map. Are there uniques worth anything? It's like 1 FE. I've sold a bunch of uniques actually this season. 8, 4, 5. I sold 2 for 8 today. You're probably just finding bad ones. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant you haven't found the right ones yet. Probably don't have enough magic find on yet. All right, I deserve that death for talking crap to you.
One more time. Reflect on your wrongs.
In POE 1 and TLI, they aren't. It's at the end of every map. Now that I think of it, a boss being a unique node in POE 2 is weird. It's very different. Can you de-level if you die too much? No, you cannot de-level. All right, 7-2 unlocked. 2 down.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Look, Tech, I sold a unique piece of armor for 6. See? Tech? 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 What? I didn't mean it like that. I'm sure you could sell some too. He doesn't know what he's doing. All right. These are worth 2. Oh, that's worth 7. No. Actually, probably worth 8. Our eyes coming up. No. Sold a compass for 8. Woohoo! Dude, it must be a good freaking compass. Maybe if you did your non-trait moto, your damage would be doubled or tripled. Maybe.
Buy or sell. Help. Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
$115. %35 boosted damage. 35. 155. You see these boot prices? It's just movement speed. Aren't you supposed to be on a boat with full throttle? I leave on a boat on Wednesday. I'll finish 7-1 afterwards. Good. That's what I like to hear. $155. Oh my gosh, it hurts.
Hey, a machine also.
Oh. I thought you just sold that. No, I just dropped 155 on an amulet.
Well done, birdies!
Question is, do I notice a significant damage uptick? This is a map 7-1.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
You stop.
I can't move!
Herman's Torrents of Steel is back!
That little room is mean.
You are the worst student I have ever had!
Now your minions only do physical. They were all physical anyways. Yeah, they're definitely stronger. For sure.
Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
Yep, definitely stronger.
Reflect on your wrongs in the torrents of steel.
I'm going to have to make some FE. It's easy. Okay, what do you look for on rares to sell? Is it like tier of affixes? Yeah. The right combination of affixes, but even that really doesn't matter because people just craft on them. Normally what me and Logout do is we flip currency is what we do. So for example, you take your crafting materials and turn them into FE. Or you take compasses and turn them into FE. Or you take all this crap that people use for 1 of 1,000 systems and just keep converting everything into FE until you have enough to get yourself an item. It's pretty silly, actually. Like Tech was just in chat saying he sold a compass for 8. Yeah, this is the new season. This is season 9.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest. You should have paid more. How dare you mess with my beard?
T7 unlocked. Nice job.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Does that make sense, Nash, or no? If you want, I can show you. Are you freaking kidding me? So now I'm going to focus over the next couple days all my attention on energy shield, getting resistances, while simultaneously trying to squeak out damage. Basically playing the game. Yeah, I'm just saying what my next move is, you know? Yeah, the tarot cards are horrible. They're terrible.
Hey, a machine also needs to
He's...
rest. Since you have forgotten,
Yeah, they're
I shall
horrible.
teach you one more time.
Oh.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Like, it's just... That's so bad. There, they made up for it with the Nephi. Oh my gosh, she turned around and went the other way. All right, Aaron, you might need a break. Okay. Well, I mean, you are the worst student he's ever seen. That's a factual statement. Why not spider tanks? I don't know. That's everybody keeps telling me to run spider tanks, which seems weird. Do I have to? I've been getting that question a lot. All right.
Please select the
Guessing
calibration
spider tanks is the only
intensity
viable thing for
invincibility
Moto.
number 2.
Well, we started the day at 15 million, so we've made some progress. 48. Oh, someone is trying to make Moto work. Does Moto not? Does he not work? What? I don't understand everybody's comments. I got an OP sentry this arrow. Oh. It's pretty good. You're using the green arrow, guys? The answer to that, see this comment above. I didn't know Moto was unplayable. He's still in the game. I wanted to make a golem build.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2. $71 million.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Okay. No one told him to pick a viable build. Yeah. Wait, Moto? Spider tanks. We need a combination build. Who said that was a toxic earlier? He goes, I've never seen anyone use those guys in Endgame. I was like, really? They're probably that good. That's why nobody uses them. That's my guess.
The devil.
Sure. Sure, that's why. All right, 71 million. Well, it's a starting point. 71 million. Bad slates, no gear, has tier 1s. All right. The starting point. $1 million is double what I'm getting out of Iris 2.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Well, I'm thinking in my head. Hero traits all still level 1. No gear at using tier 1 or tier 0 affixes.
Well done, Bernie.
And I still need to test out supports. Like, I mean, there's so much I could still do. Ooh. Mechanical compass. Oh, nice. We're at the board game again. I think what we're gonna do is I'll finish this map, we'll run the board game, and I think we're gonna call it a day. I wasn't able to make a video this morning. I had to take my daughter to the doctor. So I think what I'm gonna do is wrap up this video, then just make a quick YouTube video on POE 2 Minion Update. As you could probably guess, it'll be a very short video.
Noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen?
You made it home safe. Woohoo! Cuba Rapacity turtle walking guy is harder than the main boss. Just let him run away. You guys want to get him? Go get him.
Well done, birdies!
Is there a way to see build/leaderboard before you choose a character? No. And I highly recommend don't look at that. Just pick something you think's fun. There's another 10 and another 8, right? If you're lucky and you're looking at all the classes and you end up seeing Moto, that's probably what you're going to pick because it's like a guaranteed there's no content that could stop you. You know? Guys. Don't play Aaron's build. What do you mean? You can play Golem. Wait, what are they? Golem guys. Mung? Machine guards. Yeah, guards. They're machine guards. Yeah. They're real strong. Real strong. All right, 33 can get us one probably armor upgrade. Yeah, tier 3, tier 2, tier 4, tier 3, tier 4, tier 3. Oh yeah, most of our gear is 3 and 4. We'll probably start with the shield. You can get a corroded weapon too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 items to knock out our resistances and boost damage. Easy!
Machines aren't lifeless.
Does one
objects.
FE
Their
uniques
gifts
ever
and
sell?
selfless deeds must not be forgotten.
Not very often. This is what you need to do. I've got this compass. Are you ever going to use this compass? Probably not. They sell for 1. You will guarantee sell this for 1. So there's 1 FE. This would sell for 3 instantly. There's 4. You need 2 of these to get 1. There's 5. This is another one. There's 6. 7. These are going for 3. That's another 6. There's 13. So if I needed to, that's 13. Those are 1 each. 15. Those you need 3 for 1. There's 16. If not more. So like in that little example, I could sell all this stuff here and we would have 16. You like it? How are you feeling? Daddy's almost done. Okay. I do like it. Ah, okay. So you just sell juice mats. Yeah. You could even sell beacons. These are worth 1 each. You could go here. I've sold a ton of these purple wedges, and the prices keeps going up. They're going for basically three of these purple rare wedges are 2 FE. So if you have a bunch of those, that's a stack. These are going pretty... No, those have dropped. Maybe it's these ones. Yeah, the memory scraps, every stack of 10 is 1. If you got a bunch of eyes, these prices are going up. But you see what I'm saying, right? All of this stuff can move.
Humans didn't invent the machines for war, but for peace.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. You're very welcome. Very okay. We made it to the end of the board. He's thinking. Yeah, but look, the best we got was 1 red.
The devil. The magician.
So much noise! Can't you just stay quiet and listen? The birds. Herman's tons of steel is back.
I think the devil is maybe the #1 card that kills us. Makes sense.
The Emperor. The Herald.
It's funny, the Emperor used to be my least favorite. Now it's not bad because my minions are unkillable. Hey, we actually got a micro fate. I know what it is. Hey, it has value too. Oh, I hate the devil.
The devil. The magician.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
I've said it before, I'm gonna say it again. This game's really fun. I really like it. I wish more people tried it. I was just thinking about killing the stream and making a YouTube video, and I don't want to. I'd rather keep playing. And if I'm not playing, that means tech might catch me. I'm actually glad you got me to try it again. I told you it's pretty good. I'm glad you tried it. Oh, the chariot. Well, we don't have any XP anyways, so whatever.
Hey, a machine also needs to rest.
Holy moly.
You are the worst student I have ever had.
Mung, right here. 10 stack. 10 stack of FE. Ready? Think the game's broken. I bet this crow is worth a lot. 2. Ugh. Whoa! Huge stack. Damn it. All right, level 91.
Buy or sell. Help yourself to the catalog.
Nothing crazy, but decent FE day. Everything that I wanted to get, we got.
Buy or sell.
All right, how many
Help
slots
yourself
do
to the
I
catalog.
have? I've got the whole tab. Okay. Keep our eyes. What's Eternia going for? That's one. Okay. Just need to make some quick cash. This will all be quick sells. Save that. Truth embers are up right now. Maybe 10 for 7? Nothing. All right. Tabs are full. Hopefully that gets us back into the 50, maybe 60 category. Oh, I hope it's not bugged, but I haven't been able to getting new drops from the chest room. I just got one. They're right here.
Buy or
It's
sell.
not bugged.
Help
Right here.
yourself to the catalog.
I can install that into my thing for resistances. Right? Kismet. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Please select the calibration intensity for invincibility number 2.
Just dropped a Warden's breastplate. Why are you always cheating? $73 million.
Hey, a machine
All right,
also needs
that's
to
the new
rest.
point. All right. Oh, let's find someone to raid. $93 million. You monster. That's cheating. I had to make 2 characters and I'm playing this dumb golem thing. All right, everybody. We are good for today. I will draw the giveaway tomorrow. So as long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. I will draw that giveaway tomorrow for a free copy of POE 2.
I was a Legion
I'm going to work on a video right now on some
Nobody dared
POE 2
Hey,
news
wait,
from
don't
today.
fall asleep. I haven't finished.
I think that's the plan. Who do we raid? It's not excuses. I'm not trying yet. Tomorrow, I'm going to start trying. Now that I got a couple of these garbage items, I mean good items, I'm going to go after it. Mung. We probably already sold some. Look. See? Look at that. 3. Uh-huh. I appreciate you all so much. Check out the Discord if you haven't yet. You need anything, hit me up later. Any other final thoughts? Great day. I feel really, really good about today. Have a good night, man. Keep your grinding. I'm excited to hear about your progress tomorrow. We have Monday and Tuesday. 2 more streams. And then I fly away to Florida to board a cruise ship. I'll be gone 1 week. 1 week. It's going to go fast. It'll just fly by. I'm getting on an airplane. I said fly by. Oh. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.
Machines aren't lifeless objects. Their fearless and selfless deeds must not be forgotten.